Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to crumble!
I'm Joshua Kemble, and welcome to Joshua Kemble's Livestream. I've been a freelance illustrator and graphic designer for over 20 years. I was an art director for 9 years. And when I'm not art directing and working on illustrations and graphic designs, I'm working on comic books and graphic novels, and that's usually what I do during my streams. And while conversations can go all over the place on this stream, from spicy and entertaining to goofy and silly, one thing stays consistent throughout every stream. I'll always be working on art. So pull up a chair, get your art supplies out, and get ready for an entertaining show that'll keep you company while you work on your own personal art projects. This is Joshua Kemble's Art Stream. All right, welcome to Joshua Kemble's Art Stream. It is Saturday, and you are tuned into the correct show if you're into comics and you're into art. Today, I'm hoping to have a non-spicy stream, but who knows? I'm going to leave that up to Super Chats. I'm probably just going to kind of hang out and work on art today and just kind of have a chill art day. If people want me to finish, the commentary on the Culture War episode 20, the whole like wacky children giving advice on people's relationships. I've had like my fill of it. So like, honestly, unless I'm getting paid, even if it's like $1, I'm planning on just kind of like hanging out and working on art and hanging out with you guys. We got Christopher Runciman saying, dang, that's a fancy opening. Yes, it is. Adam said, nice intro, Josh. Thanks. Yeah, I wanted to spice things up a little bit, and I'm going to be trying to kind of add more kind of content. Like eventually I'm going to kind of animate this thing so it has a little bit of activity going on. I got to kind of work on that. I know how to do it in OBS. It's just a matter of like budgeting my time. I might be kind of blowing out my mic. Let me move it back just a little bit so we're not like yelling into it. It's funny, back in like the podcasting days, you'd want to be like real close to the mic to get good audio. And the last thing I want to be doing is like blowing out your ears. So let me know. But there might be spice. Who knows? I might run out of topics. I have the video queued up for the Culture War thing. And Adam says audio sounds good. Good. Glad to hear it. I hope you guys are doing good. I am pretty excited. I have a couple things on the dock for today. It should be a fun one. And I think that there's a couple things that I think are going to make this pretty interesting. Number one is I looked through the pages that I was able to get done last time when I was on Gibran Redinger's stream. And he had me on as a guest just for fun, and I got like maybe like 10 pages of revisions done during that stream. And then the last live stream, I got most of the revisions done. I felt like I had a whole bunch left, and it was, getting kind of like closer to like Benji's like bath time and nighttime routines and stuff like that. And full disclosure, like I'm a night owl. And so one thing I'm trying to do right now, because of the fact that I recently left my job, and of course, like joblessness can be kind of stressful. I'm trying to kind of make sure I'm watching my mental health, watching my physical health. So making sure that like in the mornings, I'm doing my workouts and exercises and stuff like that. And then on top of that, like making sure that I'm kind of like working like a regular hour. So you'll notice that like I'm doing these streams earlier in the day, and a lot of that has to do with like just trying to avoid like working like late into like 3 a.m. or like late into the night, because that's kind of the way I'm wired. I don't know what happened. I think I've been that way since I was a kid, where for me, I get the most creative at like 10 p.m. And so if it's up to me, I'd have a schedule of like 10 p.m. to like 6 a.m. And that can be really disastrous because then you don't see the sun, and you don't see the people around you who are like living in a normal, time frame. And so like one effort that I'm making pretty continuously, yeah, right now, is just to like make sure I'm on like a normal human schedule so that I don't lose track of like the kind of almost like 9 to 5, but just for myself as I'm kind of doing these things. Um, so for those of you who may not be familiar, yeah, I just recently left my position as an art director that I've worked for almost a decade, and I am going back into the foray of kind of like freelance and more speculative stuff, which is a little nerve wracking, but also exciting. And it's not an unfamiliar place. You guys may not know this, but I used to run my own business for about 15 years, and was the primary breadwinner in my relationship, like doing that, just doing freelance, and just kind of doing the Wild West lifestyle. And so right now, that's basically the way I'm going to be like kind of approaching this situation and kind of seeing where it goes. But it's not unfamiliar territory. That being said, it's important to kind of keep your head in the right space, I think, in this kind of time and stuff like that. So that's what I'm doing. I'm also going to be continuing my all-on assault on lamps. Uh, I just hate lamps so much. I'm so mad at lamps. No, I'm kidding. Uh, but I'm kind of half kidding, right? Because I do have to remove lampshades from basically, I think it's been like somewhere upwards of like 20 pages of the 70. We're on page 77 is the final page that I have to take out a lampshade from. And so I'm really excited about that because this has been kind of a nightmare edit. But it's a good edit because we're trying to be really historically accurate with my historical fiction graphic novel that I'm doing with Lavender Vroman, the writer. And we're doing it for Turner Publishing. So I'm almost done with that. We have one page to revise, so that's on the dock for today during the stream. And then I'm going to probably work on doing the lettering and panel borders for page 78. And as you know, if you're watching the stream, we have roughs done from, let's see here, where we're at on the book. We have roughs done, rough drawings, which are not final drawings, right? That's like the kind of rough workout for the page. You're working out like scening, staging, lighting, all of that stuff. But we have that worked out till page 86. And so now it's like going through and like trying to finalize all the pages up to 70 or up to 86. And so that's a high priority right now because I do have a publishing deal for this and a deadline, and so it's important for me to kind of not lose the ball. I also am really excited. I have kind of a meeting with a well-known author, not like incredibly well-known. I don't want to like get people's hopes up and think that I'm working with George R.R. Martin or something like that, but it's an author who's had like a licensed television show. And my literary agent actually introduced us because she's the literary agent of both authors, both myself and him. And we might kind of work on like a spec script because that's another angle that I'd like to kind of pursue while I have time. And so if there's something that we could do where it's like kind of similar to what I did with Not Death But Love, where I do like 5 or 6 pages of final artwork, and then we build a pitch and kind of shop it around to different publishers. I think that with the name recognition that this author has, as well as some of the recognition I've started to gain, because now I'm on, right now I'm working on my 3rd graphic novel. And so like my first graphic novel, the publishing deal was like relatively small because it's like, hey, this is kind of like a first book deal. Even though I've done illustrations for like tons of published books as a professional illustrator, as a writer illustrator, doing my own comics, that was like my first book, right? Even though, again, like I have other books I've illustrated, just not books that I've authored and illustrated, and particularly graphic novels. I've done graphic novels for hire, but I've never had like a graphic novel prior to 2 stories published. And so it makes sense from a publisher's perspective, like why their advance would be really tiny when it comes to that one. The next book deal I got was a bigger advance. The book I'm working on now is like a bigger advance than that. And then I would imagine if, this potential collaboration with this better known author kind of works out, we might be talking about like a relatively decent advance. And that would be really cool if that could be what replaces my day job. That would be the dream, to be honest. So I feel like, you got to kind of take those wild shots, like every once in a while. I forget what it's called. I was going to talk about, a Hail Mary. That's it. I'm not a sports guy. So I was like, I had to think for a minute. What's it when they throw the football really long? they throw ball far. What is? But yeah. So like that's going to be something that I'm meeting up with that author next Friday, and we're going to kind of discuss and see if there's like potentially something. He sent me a script too, so I need to read through that script before our meeting. But I'm really excited about that. So that's another little iron in the fire, as they say. So anyhow, that was a long-winded way of saying that's kind of like some of the stuff that I'm doing. That's some of the stuff that's on the dock, and my goal today on this stream is basically revising page 77 to have oil lamps and candles. I think most of this page is going to be candles, 2 candles by the bedside instead of 2 lampshades, which is lamps with lampshades, which is what I had prior. And the author very well pointed out, like, hey, I don't think those existed in the Victorian era. And that's one of those things, like I've been trying to be pretty meticulous with the research, but every once in a while, like when you're working on these things, there's just stuff like you miss, especially like being blinded by living in the current society that we do. That's like, I'm not, thinking about that. That element was one of the things that just totally passed my thing. We got Vic in the chat saying, hey, how's it going, Vic? So yeah, so I'm going to do that. And then we're going to work on the panel borders and the type for page 78. And then we'll probably end the stream temporarily and then come back and kind of stream the rest of the day, doing the final parts of page 78. So that's what's on the dock today. I hope you guys are having a creative day. I noticed that Christopher was the first to comment, and I wanted to mention that Christopher Runciman has a great stream where he works on a one-page comic every single day, almost every day of the week, and it's kind of insane. And yeah, anyhow, so yeah, if you guys haven't, make sure you subscribe to Christopher. And that being said, you should also subscribe to Adam. If you enjoy spice, Adam gets spicy sometimes. Aside from that, he also is a really talented cartoonist and very thoughtful guy. So you should be subscribed to Adam Lore. And also Vic Dew is a pretty cool dude. He's a young, aspiring cartoonist, and I think full of spit and vinegar, and going to kind of take over the world, in my opinion, if he keeps taking comics so seriously. So yeah, so that's basically all people in the chats right now. I'm just shouting them out because they're all talented artists of their own accord. So that being said, let's get into drawing. And I think what I wanted to talk about today is something a little more positive, because again, like the spice is fun. It draws views, which is great. And I enjoy it, and I'm pretty sure it's entertaining. So again, I'm willing to do the spice if somebody's like super chatting and saying do the spice. But until then, I think today just feels like one of those days where I need like to be chill and positive. That's basically what I'm thinking. If I have to suffer through those 3 people talking for another oh, Vic said, thanks, but drop the aspiring. I apologize, Vic. You are a talented artist, talented cartoonist. And if you're working on cartooning every day, that makes you a cartoonist. So congratulations. I always have that rule for myself too. A lot of people have these weird questions about like writers or artists, like what makes me a writer, what makes me an artist. And to me, the difference between a writer and a hobbyist, or an artist and a hobbyist, is a writer is constantly working almost daily on writing, and a cartoonist is constantly working almost daily on cartoons. So if you worked on cartooning, for the day, then congratulations, you're a cartoonist. If you worked on writing for the day, then congratulations, you're a writer. But you lose the right. This is my own opinion. I think you lose the right to call yourself a writer or an artist if you've taken like weeks and weeks and you haven't touched a page. Um, to me, that's just kind of like, maybe that's just a thing I use to motivate myself, but I like that standard of like, writer. Calling yourself a writer is a verb, and it should mean that you're writing. And calling yourself a cartoonist should be a verb, like it should be an action where you're constantly working on cartooning. And I think as long as it's within your willpower and ability to actually get things done, then as long as you're working on those things, walk around calling yourself a writer and a cartoonist, right? But if you're not writing and you're not cartooning, then please drop the verb, right? Don't call yourself a verb you're not doing. That's my own opinion for myself. That's the standard I hold myself to. That being said, we're gonna get into working on pages. Oh, there's one thing I want to say before that, which is a little drop. If you haven't yet, and you watch these streams, I would encourage you to pick up either Two Stories or Jacob's Apartment. They're both graphic novels that I worked really hard on. They took about 4 years a piece to do. That's half of why I'm doing this stream, is to kind of promote the graphic novels that I'm working on and promote indie comics in general. And I have a suspicion that if you pick it up, you will get something out of either book. Jacob's Apartment is a slice of life story about two early 20s aged roommates that are kind of polar opposites. And Jacob, the main character, his father is diagnosed with cancer, causing him to kind of question his identity, his faith, his belief system, and also be plagued by strange dreams of a stuffed dinosaur. And then Sarah, his roommate, also has just recently gone through a breakup and is kind of questioning her identity and her belief systems and stuff like that. And Corey just said, "Hey, I was just going to ask if anyone was streaming today." Nice. Well, Corey, if you want to hop on, man, you're free to hop on. Especially because today I'm trying to do a positive stream. I've told chat if they super chat like a buck or two, then maybe I'll consider going back to the spicy stream of finishing up that crazy conversation on the Culture War episode 20, the debating masculinity thing that I've been covering for the last few streams. But to be honest, unless I'm getting paid, I don't want to do it. Not today. I want to be positive today. So that's basically what I was gonna kind of throw out there. But just so you know, Corey, I want to try to do like a positive stream today, unless that super chat comes in, and then I'm screwed by my own making. Let's see here. Oh yeah. So what was I saying? Now I've lost the plot of entirely. Gary said, "I like the idea of a positive stream." Nice. Maybe I'll invert it and be like, if you guys want a positive stream, send me a super chat. I'm just kidding. I'm Gary. If you want a link too, if you want to hop on and just kind of hang out, work on art, and just kind of shoot the breeze, I can send you a link as well if you're kind of curious. But if you're busy or you're like mowing the lawn or doing like whatever, then I don't want to interrupt that. But just give me a heads up and I'll send you the link in Facebook if you're down. So yeah. So what was I gonna say? I kind of am blanking out. I felt like I was on a really good round there, heading somewhere. Oh, Adam said Vic is destined for fame and glory. I think so. I think so. If you keep at it, like starting where you're starting, it's just only a matter of time until you get better. And not that you're not good now, like you're extremely talented. You're way better than I was. But if you keep at it, it's like there's no stopping you, dude. Let's see. So basically, it's going to be an interesting kind of journey on the next few. Yeah. I remember what I was going to say, but it is going to be an interesting journey on the show, just kind of seeing where things kind of end up. And Gary said, I got to run out for a quick errand, but if you're still on when I get back, I could hop on. Awesome. I'll send you the link. And if I'm still going, then when you get back, Gary, you can hop on. Let's see here. Chapow. Okay. So anyhow, like basically what I'm going to do is go to the art part of the stream now. And I think right when we do this, the one thing we're going to do is watch a quick trailer for said Jacob's apartment. Oh, that was the one thing I was supposed to do too, is mention 2 stories. My other book is called 2 Stories, which is basically a black and white. I have it over here. Ooh, wow, that was amazing. Everything fell over when I grabbed my book. I should have like a sound effect anyway that makes that sound, like as if everything fell over, because it's kind of funny. But anyhow, so I have this book, 2 Stories. It's a autobiographical, black and white, hand lettered, hand inked, very traditional indie comic in the vein of like Raw and Zap and like the old indie comics. Very confessional, underground graphic novel that talks really openly about my journey learning how to navigate depression as well as caregive for somebody with panic disorder, with the goal of trying to destigmatize hard conversations about mental illness. But it's still fairly entertaining, and also tells some childhood stories, like dressing like Indiana Jones for an entire year before cosplay was a thing. Cosplay. Ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about cosplay. No, cosplay. Anyhow, so let's get into the art now. And we're going to watch a really quick trailer for Jacob's apartment, and then we're going to basically go through this page here, where you're going to see lamps that I hate so much. I hate them so much. I can't stand lamps to the point where I'm editing them out of my comic. I'm on a roll. I'm like an assassin where I'm seeing lampshades and I'm just taking them out one by one. No lampshades left. That's kind of what's going to happen here. I believe we have a Corey Kerr here as well. So as long as Corey is cool with it, I'm going to run a real quick ad, and then we'll be back with Corey Kerr.
Sounds
All
good.
right. So here is Jacob's apartment, and then Corey Kerr will be here when we come back, or maybe he won't. Who knows? Stick around to find out. Okay. Clearly it seems that only in dreams can we these things we've seen and walk around breathing things. How's it going? I noticed that you sent a really cool video of you ordered your phone case.
Yeah. So I
Nice.
got one in the mail, and it looks pretty good. I like it.
That looks lovely.
Yeah,
Printing
good.
looks really solid. That looks
Yeah,
really
good.
amazing.
Good printing, good quality. It's the case itself has got like the rubber inside and then hard shell outside, so it gives you like protection on the bounce and on the hard hit. Anyway, kind of exciting. So yeah, I'm editing a little promo of that today.
Hell yeah. Yeah, that looks amazing. Let me send a link out because I just noticed that Jim's here too. In case Jim wants to hop on, he doesn't have to. But let's see here. Jim, I put the link to the stream in the Artcasters chat, but there is no pressure to join, and it's just kind of a hangout, chill day. I'm trying to do a positive. Jim says, rumor is Night Gang Josh's skin turns to glitter in the daytime. That's what I read. Yeah, that's what I was just talking about. Was like I've been trying to kind of be really like I was tempted to do like a late night stream yesterday and do the work that I'm starting now. And then I realized what that would lead to is me like sleeping most of the day and then basically getting the same work done but not seeing anyone, and also at the cost of my own mental health. So it's like I'm trying to not do late nights unless I absolutely have to. I don't know, Corey, you're on like a kind of schedule shift too. For me that's
Yeah,
really hard because I by nature am like a vampire that avoids daylight and stays indoors all times, and also would work late into the wee hours, and when the sun rises, that would be time for me to sleep in my coffin. I don't know. What's your how do you deal with that? Because I know you're a bit of a night owl too.
yeah. I'm gonna attempt to try something different because my wife is in a play about 80 miles down the road, and so she's gonna be commuting, 2.5 3 hours every day for rehearsal. And so what I normally do in between semesters is I go nocturnal, and I wake up at like somewhere between noon to 2 in the afternoon, and I go to bed at like 3 or 4 in the morning. But
Yeah.
this time I'm gonna switch it, and I'm gonna wake up at like 4 or 5 in the morning, and then work in the morning, and then be done working by like 10 or 11, and then
Nice.
maybe earlier depending on how I feel, and then go to bed at like 8, which I haven't gone to bed at 8 or 9 since I think I was like forced to as a child. So it'll be
Dude,
interesting
I
to
I
see.
get that so much because like it was like last night I actually went to bed at like 10, and I'm like, what is going on? I went to bed
Yeah,
at 10.
right. Well,
That to
last
me is
night,
like a really early like bedtime where I'm like, I woke up this morning, I exercised, I'm like, what is going on? What is going on?
yeah, last
It's
night without planning to do that yet, I fell asleep at 8, and I
nice.
and I woke up at 4, and then I was like, I don't have anything to do right now, so then I went back to bed. So I slept for like 12 hours. It was great.
That's a actually kind of important. It's almost like recouping the sleep loss, which I
Yeah,
know is like scientifically not possible, but it still doesn't change the reality of like every once in a while, especially when you're working on a lot of your own creative projects on top of like a day job, it's like kind of a necessity to have those like days where you're like, okay, today I'm sleeping like 12 hours. Like
yeah,
I'm your body's just like, yep, this is gonna happen.
yeah, yeah. And there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah. But anyhow, so we'll see how the kind of schedule works out, and it's only kind of like going to be possible for as long as it's possible, if that makes any sense. That's like the most
Yeah,
rational thing I've ever said. Not circular at all. Um, the idea of it being possible if it's possible.
Jim is claiming that the mug that he bought of mine is spying on him, and
Yeah,
all I have to say about that is that you shouldn't know that.
yeah.
Yeah,
And also,
it's
Jim, like next time you brush, make sure you get the left side. Okay.
Yeah, that's not supposed to be something that you're aware of.
I think Corey Cruz mugs. I need to pick one up still. I need to pick one up. I've been like trying to hustle your mugs, and I have yet to pick one up myself. I will do that.
Yep, they're fun. I'm pretty excited about the phone cases. Those are
I'm
gonna be
excited
kind
about
of
the phone
fun.
cases too. That's very cool. I mean, the mugs are my jam because that's just
Yeah,
something I buy. Like I can never not have enough mugs.
yeah.
I think in our kitchen, mugs are probably the most. It's the biggest section, of our
Hmm.
kitchen.
Yeah, I like the idea of mugs because a lot of people like them, but I don't actually drink anything that involves mugs. So for me, I'm like, whatever. They're cool. I'll have them because other people want them.
Jim was saying the left side of what? The joke, Jim, was that we're observing you brushing your teeth and that you're skipping the left side of your teeth. Wait. Am I missing the joke? Are you saying you have no teeth, Jim? Is that it?
Or is he
Okay,
claiming that
thanks.
he's brushing something else?
Oh, nice, nice. Yeah, that joke could go multiple places. Multiple places.
Let's see. Do I want? I probably should be doing this in Photoshop right
Well, I
now.
like the idea of anti-phone phone cases.
Yeah. Do you like? Okay, so from a phrasing standpoint, should it just be anti-phone cases or anti-phone phone cases? Because I kind of like the repetition because it makes it slightly more awkward.
I think phone is funny.
Yeah, me too.
I think because so Christopher Runciman used to have no one listens to my podcast. Do
Yeah,
you remember when he
yeah,
called his stream that? And there was something really funny about it being podcast.
yeah. I
That to
agree.
me was that just I don't know, that made me chuckle, the repetition there. So do you want
Yeah,
people laughing or do you want them wallowing in despair in the void of meaningless spy technology we opt to have following ourselves?
yeah. To be honest, I want them purchasing, so that's
Yeah, yeah.
I'm cool with whatever.
They basically Corey wants your money, you guys,
I
and
do.
you have money. You guys all probably bought like a soda or coffee or went out and maybe dropped $1. Maybe your kid was bugging, if you guys are watching this, maybe your kid was bugging you to put like a couple quarters in the machine, right? um this is supporting an independent artist, right? Like it's not a big ask. You can do it. Yeah,
It's a little bit more than a
couple cups of
thing.
coffee, really.
Yeah.
Yeah,
My issue with these is I want to I don't want to sell like crappy stuff,
yeah,
and so the quality of it kind of drives the price up a little bit.
yeah,
But
of
they're
course.
really good quality. This isn't going to be your $9 case on Amazon that was made by child slaves.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
that's actually a fair point. Like, if you want stuff that wasn't made by child slaves, like if your current phone case was made by child slaves, you should get this phone case that's not, you
I
know.
agree.
And this
I
phone will make
agree.
commentary on things like child slave.
Yeah,
Because it's an anti phone case,
it's an
okay?
anti-phone phone case.
I actually think that maybe should be your next one, is like showing how the phone was manufactured on the phone case. Like that
Oh
Banksy like
yeah,
Simpsons episode.
yeah. I can't actually claim. I don't know how this. I don't know how this phone case was produced,
Oh no.
but I do know that it's like a higher quality. Like it's a very protective
Yeah,
case
yeah.
from like an impact standpoint. But
No,
it'd be
that's
cool. It'd be cool if
yeah.
I could source some cruelty free options. That'd be awesome.
That would be pretty rad. Well, like the nice thing is, there's like this idea of there just being like abundant like child slavery and stuff in like factories in China.
Hmm.
And a lot of that's like actually kind of outmoded. And I don't mean this as like it doesn't exist, because I'm sure it does. But
Yeah.
weirdly enough, this is the one thing I'll give Disney, even though Disney probably caused the issue in the first place. It's one thing I'll give them some credit for, because they have this standard that they've kind of applied on factories if they're going to work with Disney. And one of them is like no child slavery, and
Oh, good.
like there's reasonable working hour restrictions, stuff like that, and they have to like prove compliance to be like Disney compliant. And so, and a lot of factories have acquiesced and already bite that bullet, early, so that if Disney ever approaches them, they're like, they can say, "Oh yeah, we're Disney compliant." And they
That's
actually,
actually pretty amazing.
yeah, it's kind of a cool thing. I will say, I don't think that came out of the goodness of their heart. I think that
Oh
came
no.
from, people's audible disgust of it, and them realizing, like, hey, in the short term, this saves us money, but in the long term, if people find out that we're doing this, it's going to cost us more than what we save.
Yeah.
So, and I do think in general, like, I think sometimes, again, it's kind of like sometimes people get into politics for like good reasons.
Right.
sometimes, sometimes, people in giant corporations that work for the corporation can actually kind of have a bottom up like effect on the policies. And I
Yeah.
think that is a little bit of it too, where people just feel better working for a place that's not like, employing child slaves. Like, which is actually, honestly, that's a value saving right there,
Yeah.
for a business, where it's like, hey, guess what? People feel better about working somewhere where things are made ethically. Um, yeah, and I'm not saying, like, again, I haven't done a ton of research into this, but I can say, just having been somewhere that works with manufacturing and stuff, and has dealt with factories in China and stuff like that. It's like, it is surprising how much compliance is like a big deal, for for factories, because of the fact
Yeah.
that, it's like, it's a requirement. Like, they just put their foot down and were like, yeah, you're going to have these specific things if we're ever going to work with you. And we're going to have somebody, like, they have people on location who do like sporadic checks that are announced, to kind
Yeah.
of assure that that's not happening, which is kind of cool.
That's
So,
cool. That's good to hear.
yeah. Yeah,
It's
I'm glad about that. Yeah. And there's
yeah,
like
it's
a couple
nice.
other compliance things, but what's weird is they kind of led the charge on it. And so now a lot of factories and companies and other businesses have like the requirement where they're like, we will not work with this place unless it's Disney compliant, which I think is
Mhm.
great. So
That's
it's like,
awesome.
that's one of the few times where it's like the might of a big corporation, like causing, a very massive change in a system, you know,
Yeah. That's pretty cool. Because that
after
is
exploiting it for like 30 years.
yeah. Yeah. I have rarely had good things to say about Disney, so that's kind of nice that they're doing that. And most likely exactly like you said, it's probably somebody in the company trying to force them to do the right thing, and they figure
Yeah.
out the monetary, value of that. Yeah.
Oh, nice. Philip Chandler said, I caught your magical, tasty new introduction, but I had to run and get my laundry. Thanks for calling it magical, tasty, and new. The very beginning of it is a drawing by Philip Chandler.
Yeah.
And you guys should be subscribed to his stream. That's literally one of the best caricatures I've ever had given to me. And here's the thing, that's a big compliment, because Corey can attest to this. If you teach an art class, you've had a million caricatures drawn of you. Like, it's like inevitably, like, people on their notebooks, like when they're taking notes, whatever, like they're gonna draw like really funny pictures of you. But I feel like, Philip, I will easily say that's the best caricature I've ever gotten of myself. So thank you. Um, I don't know, Corey, have you ever noticed that? Like, I feel like if you're teaching artists, you kind of feel like you're failing if they aren't drawing funny pictures of you as a teacher. Like, and offensive ones too. They should be drawing, like with me, they should be like really focusing on my bad teeth and just be like, yeah, we're gonna make those big giant bad teeth, you know.
I
So it's like a giant just bar of like ugly teeth with like a huge nose, and it's like, there we go, there's Mr. Kemble, you know, Mr. Kremble actually.
Crumble. Yep.
Yeah. And
I teach I
so
teach
I
comm
love
students, so I don't have
oh,
the
okay.
same
Got it. They don't have the same like need to draw and
or
poke fun at
skill
the
or ability. Yeah.
establishment.
Yeah. It's they don't necessarily have the same ability as well.
Yeah. Well, I feel like it's just part of the thinking process for a lot of artists where it's like, you know, even as a kid I get, you know, the one of the things I would get in trouble for in classes is like I'd do fine on tests and stuff, but I'd like draw in the margins and like like I'd get in trouble for drawing all the time, you know. From
Yeah.
worse teachers. Some good teachers would just be like, "Oh, that's great. Yeah, like draw all over it, you know, as long as you do the thing and that helps you take notes and stuff." Yeah. Um Paul Pate said, that is a great caricature. I agree. And then Philip said, thank you, Josh. I remember the night I did that. I just wanted to capture you. The way it was brushed up, I couldn't resist. Nice. Capture my hair because my hair is all wacky. But I think that's great because that is kind of a great depiction. Nice. Yeah, Paul said, I've drawn teachers, bosses, coworkers. It's the danger of being an artist too, right? Like if you're at like a corporate meeting and somebody sees your notes and you're an artist, be careful.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
Let's see. Do I want that?
So, I have replaced. I think. Oh no, there's a couple more lampshades. I'm a lampshade hunter. I don't know if I told you that, Corey.
You're a lampshade hunter.
Yeah.
Now
Can't stand
you kind of mentioned this. I think it was probably off stream, but you're not allowed to have lampshades because it was like the story you're telling is prior to lampshades or what?
Yeah, lampshades weren't really common at the time because if you think about it, they're kind of flammable.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
And basically what you had at the time was primarily like if it was a wealthy house, they would have gas lamps.
Uh-huh.
And then even if it was a wealthy house, they'd have gas lamps, candles, and oil lamps.
Gotcha.
But like electric lamps, you know, weren't really a thing. So, you know, this is like back when, you know, they'd have like, you know, even street lamps had like, you know, the street lamp lighter, you know.
Right.
So which is kind of like a no-brainer. I don't know why I didn't do the math on that. Like it just wasn't broad adaptation. And it's funny, I kind of knew this because I had to do like a steamship, right?
Yeah.
And then the long ocean liner steamships from this era weren't like even, you know, like a Queen Mary type steamship. They were like, they look almost like a weird modified, like, you know, those like Louisiana boats with like the big wheel at the back.
Oh,
They had
right.
like
Yeah.
that. They had like a turn wheel on the side. And it's like these are for like long ocean voyages from like continent to continent. It's crazy. But yeah, so it's
On a
like
steamship, I always think of steamships as like Mark Twain, stuff, but you never think of them as transoceanic.
yeah, you don't think of like the big. I mean, to me, I think of like a, you know, a steamship that's going like, you know, to different continents as like a kind of Queen Mary or like Titanic, you know, like steamer, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, those didn't even come into play yet. So it's kind of amazing when you see all the innovation that happened after the broad adaptation of the steam engine. And then from there, it's just like electricity everywhere and things just dynamically changed, you know, where it's like you have World War I where people are kind of like still fighting on horseback to an extent. Like, I mean, there's still horses in battle, but
Yeah.
there's also like submachine guns, you know, like, well, not machine guns, but like Gatling guns, you know.
Yeah.
That's kind of like this really bizarre mix of, you know, like World War One's one of the weirdest wars because it's a war that took place like amid like a massive developmental change in like just technology,
Yeah.
but it was still fought with a lot of the old tools like combating against the new tools, and so that's why it's just like this bizarre death toll, from that
Yeah.
time. But yeah, this is like pre World War One, so of course it's like, yeah, they just didn't have a lot of the. It's just interesting to think about. I didn't even think about gas lamps. Like I haven't really thought about those. And then I was like, oh, that's why they call things like the gas lamp district.
Yeah. Well,
Because it'd be like a
it's
place that
crazy.
had gas lamps. Like
It's
that's
crazy to
hilarious to me.
me.
That would be the center of town, right? Because like you think about it, like gas lamps were really expensive, so it's like, oh, okay, that's classy part of town, the gas
Right.
lamp district. That's, you know what I mean?
The
Well,
thing
not
that
classy, but that's where things are happening.
the thing that blows me away is thinking of like candles on Christmas trees.
Yeah,
Like that used to be a thing where people would light have an open flame next to
yeah,
this drying out pine tree in their
yep.
living room.
Brilliant move.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love the idea of gas lamps too, because like if you're, I was thinking about it, like when I was looking at all the things that were around in like Elizabeth Barrett Browning's time. I was just like, how common of an occurrence was it for just a house to explode?
Yeah.
Like, I bet that was a common thing where it's like, yeah, Bob's apartment blew up yesterday,
Right.
left the gas lamps on, like just, I don't know.
Yeah, that's gonna be way more normal than we would think.
Paul Pate said Lampshade Killer sounds like a rapper name. Well, Paul, you still have some characters you could introduce in your gangs. I would like a character that looks like me to show up in your comic, Paul. That's the Lampshade Killer. Be like, don't throw shade on this guy. If you throw shade around this guy, he'll kill you.
That's so cheesy. I love it.
Philip said, my dad used to work as a man whose face was entirely scarred. Oh, work with a man whose face was entirely scarred because he had a Christmas tree lit with candles and had to run it out of his house. I
Oh
never
wow.
forgot meeting him. That's so crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It's always interesting when people like forget that about like the past, that we really do live in kind of like utter luxury, you know?
Right. Yeah, I try to get my students to understand like what it was like. Even just like when you and I were coming up through
Yeah.
college and stuff. It was like, do you guys know what it's like to drive through Nevada without a cell phone in a car that you paid $57 for?
We're
Like you don't
totally
even you don't
we're
even know
totally
what
going to be the I used to walk, 10 miles in the snow guys, cuz like I
dude,
used to bike,
I already am.
6 miles to my college campus
Uh-huh.
and take public transit in the
Yeah.
depths of the ghetto of Long Beach.
Seriously though,
I'm an old
it's
man.
like they don't even know. You don't
They
know what
don't.
fear is until
You
you've
don't know what
driven.
struggle is.
Yeah.
But the
I took
tough
I
part
took
is
a
also once you've worked professionally as an artist, it's like it's also tempting to do that. You have no idea what a deadline is. You had
yeah.
3 weeks for one illustration.
Right.
You
I
have
took
no idea.
I took a Kia Rio that I paid $1,000 for through Death Valley.
Nice.
There were like signs all over the place that was like, "Do not go any further if you don't have 100% faith in your vehicle." I was like, well, I don't, but I don't have any other choices, so let's do this thing.
Oh, I love it. I feel like you need to do a autobiographical comic just called "How Many Times I Should Have Died,"
Yeah,
or like "Why Am I Alive" by Corey
there
Carr. And
we've
instead of being depressing, it'll just be like, it's kind of stunning that I'm still alive.
right. We've talked about stovepipe wells, right?
Stovepipe wells. We might have, but
I think
okay, go ahead.
I think we have a long time ago, but like stovepipe wells, There's got to be a story there because there is this town, and it's like, I don't know, it's like near the edge of Death Valley,
Hmm.
and it's like a resort, and I just want everybody to go there. Like everyone needs to go there because it feels like as soon as you step out of your car that you're in an episode of Twilight Zone or something because it's like why are there people on vacation here? Like
Yeah.
there were like six families just hanging out in this pool in the middle of Death Valley in Stovepipe Wells. It's 100 and whatever, degrees in hell there. The water tastes like sulfur.
Speaking of, Gary Hodges said I should head out to do my chores while it's only 111 out.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Which I
Uh,
get because I think it's like, what is it at right now in the AV? I think it's like 100 and something.
uh,
It's definitely in the hundreds.
let's see where everybody always makes fun of where I live, but let's check here.
What are you checking?
I'm just checking the
Lancaster?
weather. It's really nice outside right now.
Nice. Yeah, this is like the one time, the very later half of summer, that's the one time you can drop, you
Yep.
know,
It
weather
is
bombs on people.
it is 84 degrees and sunny right now.
Nice.
So,
Nice.
yeah, that's not bad. I don't
Yeah, the
mind.
Antelope Valley gets pretty hot because it's a desert, so it does. Deserts do what deserts do. I will tell you, like, it is weird when I look at the history of this area and like how it was settled because it's like for some reason they had the railway go out here because they found gold somewhere.
Hmm.
I think at like this main mine, there was this big gold vein in like a mine called like Tropico Mine or something,
Hmm.
and then they extended the railway, and this ended up being like the last stop of like the railway in California or whatever, going north. So in Southern California, this ended up being like the last stop, and then it just got settled. But like it's like weird because some wacky guy just built a hotel here for all the gold miners,
Yeah,
and then out of nowhere, like suddenly they start kind of making it work, even though the conditions here were like unlivable.
yeah,
And it's like, and then that like a whole city kind of built out of that. But it's so weird, like even looking at Hollywood, it's just such a weird location.
yeah.
Like, why would anyone settle Hollywood? It's not like a very habitable area.
Well, so much of the West is like that.
Yeah,
I mean, when the Mormons came west, they literally were looking for a place that was so awful that
yeah,
everybody would just leave them alone.
yeah,
And they're like, this seems about as uninhabitable as possible. This giant salt flat. Let's just live here. But like even California, like everything out west is just like, well, you
yeah.
can't really grow anything, and
Like
it's
Oregon makes a lot of sense. You
sure.
go to
Hmm.
Oregon and it's just
Yep.
like it's like wet and lush and there's like wildlife everywhere and there's it's like
Yeah.
okay, that makes sense, but like Southern California,
Yeah.
what are you
Yeah.
doing? Like yeah.
Well, and along those lines, I still don't understand how most of Phoenix is inhabited.
Yeah.
It's just like
I,
doesn't make
I
any
get
sense to me at all.
I would think that some of that had to have something to do with the Grand Canyon. I mean, maybe I'm crazy, but I would think I would think the Grand Canyon must have driven a lot of you know what I mean? Like I wonder if like a lot of the early settling of that area had to do with like Grand Canyon tourism or something. I don't know.
But I mean, is there tourism when you have like subsistence? I mean, when everybody's just like trying to survive, when you're like it. I mean,
Well,
it was.
I know that it was like it was more of like an outpost. From what I remember, I think like Nevada and Arizona, I think were more like outposts initially, like military outposts, and
Uh,
also kind of outposts to like for people traveling. So but I don't know a lot of Arizona history. It'd be interesting to read.
yeah.
California had it. Well, California had oranges, but they weren't natural. I think. I think it was like just there was a lot of areas for orange groves. But the further north in California you go, then the more you're like, oh, that's why California was like such a rich area to do. You know, because it's got a bay, right? So you can do like sea
Sure.
transport and stuff like
Yeah.
that. Like that's why like Oregon makes a lot of sense too, right? Um, Long Beach makes a lot of sense again because it's just like a really good like harbor area. It's a good area to have a harbor, but
Yeah.
it's like when you start getting to like Mojave and like stuff, it's like why would anyone settle there?
Jim is here to set us right.
We got a Jim Luhan here, ladies and gentlemen. I said I didn't want this stream to get spicy, and I have a feeling it's going to get spicy right now. Here's Jim Luhan.
Hello.
How's it going, Jim?
I can only be here long enough before they ping my location.
Okay.
But hey, Corey, how are you?
Good. Let's go, Jim.
As long as you hid Corey's mug away, like in tinfoil, I think you'll be okay.
By the way, I've had dinner with Corey Kerr, and he has a very pretty mug. I've seen it up close, so I just want to say for the record, you got a pretty mug.
Spent a lot of money and hundreds of surgeries to get to look at this good, Jim. So
You got a pretty mug there, boy.
That's pretty nice mug.
I just think it's really ironic that Josh talks about the lamp contingent, and he talks about big pharma, but he never says a word about big aquarium. And I've been ranting for weeks trying to get Josh to address this, but I guess it's just going to fall by the wayside. Like
I don't know what you're talking about, Jim. There's no big aquarium. I don't know what you're talking about. Fish are amazing, and I just want to tell everybody that everything I do is really like to benefit the great aquariums of this world.
Well, all I got to say is this: Atlantis, Titanic, big aquarium. Do the math, do the research, then you'll be informed.
That's right.
Okay. All right. So I think I've made my point.
I
just actually called to say hello to get you guys. I got to go. But I think now that you're not working for Monsanto anymore, I think you could reveal the name of your former company. I think it's, so.
Yeah, I don't want to really talk about aquariums, Jim. Not any financial reason or anything like that. I just, I just happen to be a big fan of aquariums, and like I have nothing negative to say about them. Of course.
Typical.
No, I'm talking well of aquariums. Okay, sorry. Anyhow,
already they found you. So, anyway, I just wanted to wish you well, and I hope it'd be a shame if something were to happen to you because of big aquarium. Just saying,
It'd be a shame if you didn't have the ability to draw anymore. If you said something negative about aquariums, I'm not saying that's going to happen, but.
Be a shame of some kind of clog in your air pump. I'm just saying, things happen. Anyways, all right. Well, we've just recreated our dinner in Cambria, so this is great.
Oh, nice.
All right.
I love it.
Love it. And are we still boycotting Gary? I don't remember. Is that way?
Yes. Hashtag boycott Gary. Yes.
That filthy mouth. Okay. All right. I'll talk to you guys later. Yeah, have a good one. Bye.
See ya.
It's true. There was this guy, Gary Hodges was one bad mother. Shut your mouth.
What did I miss? Did Gary step out of line?
No, I was just making him into the
shaft.
What? I'm just talking about Gary, that. Yeah. I don't know. I was just rolling with Jim's joke there. I don't know.
No, that's what I was wondering, is if I missed a joke that
Gary said it was only a matter of time. Hashtag boycott Gary.
That's funny. Funny stuff. I'm putting a dying bee in this poster here.
I love it. I love it.
Guys...
I'm all about the dead bees. I love that. It was kind of a funny coincidence that you and I both got on the dying bee tip.
Yeah.
Around the same time.
Well, yours was probably well before mine, right? Because you had done Jacob's apartment years before.
Oh yeah, but the bee part was actually one of the revisions. Like I actually added that to kind of tie the book together.
Oh, I
So,
thought just part of the B part was a
yeah.
revision. I didn't realize all of it was.
Well, no, the B, the news reel with the B was originally in it
Yeah,
at
yeah,
the
yeah.
very
That's what I thought.
beginning,
Right.
and then the B's were just it never really fully resolved, which
Yeah.
is what my editor kind of noticed, and I thought she was dead on about that, so we kind of came up with that solution. So,
Yeah. Good old editors.
but what's cool about Kendra actually is she's like obsessed with bees.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah, and she actually beekeeps. So there's talk that at some point we might like try to kind of do a collaboration about bees or something. But
Oh, that'd be
anyhow,
cool.
so it's a funny thing, the just wild connections that happen with with bees. You know, so do the
Gary,
research, you guys. I'm just saying there's some connections there. For your tack boards. So
Gary is saying, where do I order an anti-phone phone case?
that's a good question, Corey. Where can people go to order an anti-phone case?
Normally I'd have a really good answer for that, but this is actually kind of a little bit of a confusing answer. The simplest answer right now, because I don't have I haven't organized that part of the shop yet. The simplest answer is get on my email newsletter and look at the most recent one, and there's a link there that will show you all the phone cases. The more complex answer is go to the store and look at all the products and scroll all the way to the bottom, because I don't have it as its own category yet. So,
Oh,
but I will
nice.
soon,
Okay.
hopefully by the end of the day. So
It's a work in
this is-
progress, Gary.
Yeah.
But you can find it by just going to a section. Store section. Wow, man, I am the king of pronunciation today. I think I made fun of somebody's pronunciation on one of the things I was doing commentary on, and now this is just karma, just coming to get me. But yeah, go to a store section on Corey Kerr's website, and you can scroll all the way down on products, and you'll see it there. And eventually, it will have a more clear link if you want to wait. But if you want to get it right now, that would be the way to do it.
Yes.
Let us know, Gary, if that makes any sense at all, or if we're just complete lunatics,
Do I have a folder for anti-phone?
or both. Maybe it makes sense, and we are also equally giant lunatics, and you can let us know that too.
That is the most likely option.
Let me make sure. Let's see what we've got for web pages. It's funny, Corey. You and I both do this a little bit, where we have to talk while you're executing something. It's like,
Yeah, you have to mull through it.
yeah,
People who are like old school fans will remember just Josh and I doing this on 48-hour art check all the time.
Yes.
Where we just kind of like make the noises of the things we're drawing and sing ourselves through weird parts of the design.
like right now, I'm just like every time I kill a lampshade, I'm just like, it's pretty awesome. Gary said, and they found. Oh, he said, found the link. Nice.
Oh, good.
And Jim said Gary is our straw man, so we can make Gary the antithesis of everything we dislike.
And if you guys are interested in this design, it is available now. But I do have, and it's available for iPhone and for Samsung phones. So all different models of iPhone and Samsung. But I will have another design about the disconnection machine. So I don't know if you can see. Yeah, you can't really. That's not the greatest angle for that. But
I like it.
yeah. Anyway, so if you want one that talks a little bit more about relationships rather than about distraction, then I've got that one coming soon.
Pretty exciting. Let's see here. What did I just do? Is this doing that weirdness again? 77 final 2. Aha! Ladies and gentlemen, we have killed all the lamps.
I should have
At least I
known.
think we've killed all the lamps in this comic book.
So did your poor editor have to go through and write down the page number of every lamp?
No, I'm the poor person who had to do that. I kind of
No.
opted to do it because the writer pointed it out on page 77, and I was like, And then I looked back, and I was like, this is going to be a problem because there's lampshades everywhere. There's one lampshade I'm leaving up because I realize it's period appropriate, and that's in one room. But every other lampshade's gone, so I killed all the lampshades. So that was a total of revisions for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 pages. So it wasn't actually as bad as I thought. I thought it was worse. Jim said, J-Boys just want to have fun. Darn right. J-Boys are Jim, Lujan, and me. Look at that beautiful phone case, you guys. As Corey is editing this beautiful video. And I'm sure, if you're watching this like after the fact, if you're not watching this live, go to Corey Kerr's channel on YouTube to see the final one, because I'm sure it'll be up there by then.
Yes.
Now, I'm going to put on a trailer again because it's been 1 hour, and I'm going to step out for 2 seconds. And we're joined by Dee Dee Willingham as well. Dee Dee, how's it going? Philip said, question for Corey. Is that a Stream Deck? I'm seriously thinking of getting one. Corey, do you want to field that question, or do you want me to play a trailer?
Yeah, I can talk Stream Decks.
Okay, Corey's going to talk Stream Decks. And when you do, just speak real slow and sell it, Corey. I'll be right back.
I had the original Stream Deck. I have the now I have the XL, I think. Anyway, they're awesome. I love Stream Decks. And then on the other side, which I don't think you can see, I have a ATEM, ATEM, Blackmagic ATEM. And both of those are very cool. Let me see if I can pull up Stream Deck, because if anyone is considering the Stream Deck, I would highly recommend it. It basically, I convinced Scott to get one. Is that not going to open? There we go. Give me Stream Deck. Stream Deck. So they kind of look like this, but let's look at. Here we go. And so this is the little one, and then they have like a Stream Deck XL. Give me XL. This is the one that I've got, and it is rad. So each one of these buttons is an LCD screen, and it is programmable. So I'll show you. This is my Stream Deck.
Yes.
Give me Stream Deck XL. So this is the Stream Deck profile, and you can come through, and each one of these can do different things. Let me find one that doesn't. So like here's my Photoshop actions, and I can like program actions into it. And so what I like doing is I like having actions programmed into Photoshop that are triggered by a keystroke, and then I can do like a multi-action thing. For example, if I look at
Corey's a fan of multi-action things, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, sorry.
I am. I don't know if anybody can see this because my window's kind of small. Let me
I can see it. We can make it. We could. Here, I'll do it to solo real quick. Oh, I just did.
We both.
I think we both clicked it. Yeah, there you go.
So like if I go like this, it goes Control Shift M, and then I have a delay that is a 10 millisecond delay, and then I have a return, and then I have another 10 millisecond delay, and then I have a Control left bracket. And so if I ever want to create a layer and move the layer under the current layer of what I have selected, I just hit that button instead of having to hit, those two keystrokes. Or something like filling a layer. So I can go like invert fill under, and invert fill under. I create a layer. I hit enter to get out of that menu that's created when you make a new layer. I move the layer to the very top, then I invert the layer, and then I fill with the foreground color. And so if I have, the reason I have this one is like if I'm flatting comics, then I can come in and I can select everything that's outside of the line work. And what it'll do is it will create a new layer, invert my selection, shrink that selection, I think 3 to 5 pixels, and then use the foreground color to fill that selection, and then it deselects the selection for me. And so it goes through kind of
So it's
those
kind of like a Photoshop action, but you can set like it's like having additional actions without having to like fill all your function keys. It's like adding new function keys, right?
yeah, and I will put Photoshop actions inside of those.
Nice.
But the
So
nice
you can
thing
have
about
like
it,
batched actions then.
so
Nice.
I can have it run one action, switch programs, run another action, switch programs, run a macro, switch programs. And so like if I do like I will
You're like a
often,
wizard
yeah, it's awesome. So
rocking the macros.
I like the macros. And if you guys don't get that reference, you need to go read Off to See the Wizard.
You do. I bugged not Gary, Corey for a while to read it, and then he did, and I think Corey dug it,
Yeah.
which makes me really happy because I am obsessed with those books. I know I'm not like new to them, but in my circle, the person I know who's read it is Corey. Like I've
Yes.
told so many people, you need. Oh wait, Kevin Cross also read them, and
Right.
equally really fell in love with like Philip the Wizard.
Yeah.
Um, because yeah, I mean, you kind of have to. It's amazing.
Yeah.
I think it's the stew section. The stew section is the thing that I think gets most people.
So good. Yeah. So that's Stream Deck. That's the Elgato Stream Deck. I like it. It's
That's really
fun.
cool.
And then the other big thing that I've got is a Blackmagic ATEM, which I really
Black Magic ATEM.
and something like this. I don't think I have the Pro, but it'll basically show the same thing.
You got a Black Magic ATEM and a blurby dooba da. It's got a soundtrack too, guys.
Yeah. Oh, so Philip's saying I was looking at it for live streaming, being able to instantly change Windows camera views or for audio, etc. It's really good for that. If you have a multiple camera setup, I would recommend the ATEM Mini or the ATEM Pro because this will take anything that has an HDMI out and it spits out one USB signal. And so it is read by your computer as a web camera. But you can have laptops, phones, DSLRs, camcorders, whatever you want as an input, and then you can kind of switch. So when I do this, that's a camera that I have over here, and then when I hit this, that's the camera I have over here, and these are all switching, and then this is my laptop, and I'm doing all of that, and you can do it. I just like the dumb thing, but you can do it with like a normal mix where it does like a little cross dissolve or a hard cut. That's all the ATEM.
That's very, very magical.
Yeah, but the Elgato Stream Deck, that does control OBS, and so there's an OBS hook into the Elgato Stream Deck, which means that you can set up all the scenes that you want and all of the sources in OBS, and you can trigger those, you can turn them on or off. And so I don't do it as much anymore, but if you go back and look at old school 48-hour art check stuff, you'll see like animations and you'll see little timers, and I did all of that with this Stream Deck. So
Yeah, I love it. And like for me, I don't have any of those things, but I find like OBS is really intuitive. It's just really intuitive to learn. It's not like rocket science. The only thing I need to figure out on OBS is like, I guess I don't, because I like the StreamYard OBS combination. But I feel like the audio part of OBS is a whole different game, I'm guessing.
yeah, I have learned just enough about OBS to have it not screw things up, but I'm pretty weak on audio. So
Yeah.
yeah, I don't
But I
know.
like it, and I like that it's a program you can kind of pick up and play with and kind of figure out. Like, it's not like the interface is pretty intuitive.
Yeah.
That's always one of my favorite things. I don't like programs that are kind of inaccessible.
Right.
Um, I feel like Adobe's kind of like that too, where you can learn a lot about Adobe just by like playing, you know?
Yeah. Adobe's pretty weird until you're like, oh, it's like this, and then once you understand like
Yeah.
how it wants you to think about things, it's pretty straightforward from there.
Yeah, I guess it is kind of like the first time you're picking it up. It's hard to go back there since I've been working with Adobe for like 20 years, you know, but like
Right.
but I do remember when teaching it, it is like it's that first hurdle. Like you have to crack either Photoshop or Illustrator. And once one of them unlocks, it kind of unlocks the whole suite, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the nice thing about it. I should probably focus on what this case is first, right?
So let me go back to our dual screen. Let's see.
Oh yeah,
here.
sorry, I forgot I left that up there.
Oh, no worries. I did too. And then I was like, wait a minute. Not that I'm doing anything interesting right now. Right now, what we're doing, ladies and gentlemen, at least on my end, is uploading the Lack of Lamps pages. Very exciting, entertaining stuff, ladies and gentlemen. If you haven't yet, hit like. I said that right during like the most boring part of the stream, where it's like I'm uploading pictures that you can't see on screen. But hit like, you guys. It helps people find this channel. I see right now there's like 6 people watching our live stream. There should be 6 likes. It's a easy thing to do. You too, like the one person who's lagging. I see you. Just go ahead and hit that like button. It helps. So Corey is quite good at video editing. I learned a lot from Corey on that front. And I haven't even begun to learn the level of video editing that Corey knows.
Oh, you give me too much credit. But I guess I did it professionally for a while.
Yeah.
Is that too significant of a jump cut? Yeah, we'll put something in between that.
I had to try inverted compliments to you, Corey.
So that I have to defend it?
You really suck at this thing. And you're like, wait a minute.
Hold on a second.
Like something I want to compliment you on. I need to try that approach. Okay, so we got page 72, final one. I'm going to make sure that's there. So what is everybody working on today? There's quite a few people watching live in the chats. I'd love to hear what you guys are working on, what kind of creative projects you're doing. I felt like we've had a lot of spicy streams on my channel, and I just feel like even the channel, like, you know, in moderation, right? All things in moderation. If all you're getting is like just, you know, hot sauce every day on your food, your taste buds are going to be just torched. Like, even those of us who like a little heat in our food, like, you got to do it in moderation, right? Philip said, you sold me, Corey. I'm totally getting one. Nice.
Huzzah. Yeah, they're good. I like them.
I think I'm a weird guy when it comes to technology and stuff, and guitars. I have this whole like philosophy of it that's bizarre. Like at my work, at my day job, I had 2 screens, you know, 2 monitors. I have 1 monitor at home. I have a pretty simple little desk. I don't know. There's something to me about limitations that I like. I don't know if that makes sense. And I'm the same way as a guitarist, where I have a lot of friends, they'll buy like 50 like pedals and stuff and effects for their guitars. And I'm like, I want a guitar to have like clean and distortion, and then I'm good. And then the variety is in like the quality of like the guitar and the amp, and then like a good distortion tone. That's all I need. It's fun to play with pedals, but I'm kind of the same way with technology. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But I keep it pretty minimal. It's like I mean, look at my freaking Wacom tablet. This is the cheap guy. There's no screen on there.
It still blows me away that that's what you use. Like, and
I
it
think it's
blows
the limitation. I know it's weird, but I think the limitation
it blows me away not because it's a limitation, but because you're able to get such good quality images out of it. Like, you remember the other day I was on your stream and I was at work?
Yeah.
And that dude walked in. He looked at the screen and he's like, "Whoa, that looks great. Like, that's a really cool thing. What is that?" And so I told him what you're doing.
Oh, that's good. I felt so bad. Like, it's so funny because I know it's probably not like that where you work, but from my perspective, it kind of looked like almost like a supervisor was walking in and I had gotten you in trouble. So it's even funny if somebody watches that stream. I don't remember which one it was, but you'll notice my conversation suddenly gets like really awkward and weird because I was trying to cover for Corey.
Oh, that's funny. No, we've had him on the show. That was Christian Mollum that walked in.
Oh, dude. Okay. Yeah. He's a good dude.
Yeah, he's awesome.
But anyhow, it's funny. I couldn't really see who it was. I just saw it was like, a coworker of some sort. And I was like, oh no, dude.
And everybody looks so official because we all have to wear like shirts and ties, and it's really stupid.
I feel bad. I don't want to criticize that, but I will criticize that. I think that's lame. I don't think they should. I think having a professional aura of dress code isn't bad, but like, no, honestly, you shouldn't have dress codes at college campuses. I'm sorry. That's my opinion.
It's dumb.
I don't care. Like, even I don't know. I have a theory. I have all sorts of theories about that. I think that actually encourages bad behavior. I don't know if that makes sense. Well,
it kind of foments a little bit of rebellion, right?
That's what I'm saying. Like, back when I was an atheist, there used to be a joke that if you wanted to get somebody to get really wild, you just met like a really repressed religious person. And like, you would have a wild party, like I'm a big fan of like people actually, when you trust them to make the right choice and you put the right you give them the right knowledge, I tend to think people will make the right choices.
Yeah.
Or you know what? They won't, but at least when they make the right choices, it's their own volition, which is actually a better, more knowledgeable thing. It's kind of like the difference between like rote learning and actual learning,
Yeah.
Like one has more lasting value, but that's my own opinion, not other people's,
Oh man, I had to shoot this really fast because my wife.
Why did it have a lampshade? But that's my anti-lampshade joke. Sorry.
Yeah, no, my wife was running out the door as I was like, "I need your phone. I gotta shoot this really quick." And she's like, "Okay, but I gotta go." And so now I'm realizing all the stuff that I didn't get that I need. But oh well, it will be fine.
Nice. We got Philip saying it's like one of those shortcut devices. Then nice. I think he was talking about the what was the second device?
The Stream Deck.
Yeah, the Stream Deck, and then let's see here. Dee Dee was saying pet portrait commissions is what she's working on. And she said, no problem on the spicy reaction vids. I don't watch them. That's cool. And then Gary said, well, speaking of spicy content, you guys ready for the spice? This is crazy. I warn you, Corey, this might get you fired. My diversion today is making Korean fire chicken, a.k.a. cheese buldak. I don't know. That's some pretty heavy spice there, Gary. Dee Dee said, that sounds good, Gary. It's great if you can handle the spice. And he also said, interested people can search on YouTube for I am not even going to try to pronounce that. Just read it on the comments. I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't think I can do that word justice, that first one. For the recipe I'm following, I've made it a couple times before, and every once in a while I get a craving. Nice. All right. You guys saw that amazing tutorial from Corey, but we're lacking an important trailer, and that's the Wordzoid trailer. So here it is, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, Peter, since I'm such a big music fan, I'm gonna have to go with Karen Carpenter. Oh, Stu, I'm sorry. That's the incorrect answer. Trish, what you got for us?
I'm gonna go with Kim Gordon.
All right, let's check that answer. Kim Gordon. Do we have a Kim Gordon? Yes, and that means you're our new Wordzoid champion, Trish. Dale, tell Trish what she's won. Trish, you've won a copy of 2 stories, a memoir of faith and mental illness. Handwritten, hand-drawn, and handed to you by artist and writer Joshua Kemble. But wait, that's not all. You've also won a copy of Jacob's Apartment, the story of a doomed romance. What happens when you take Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind and put it in a blender with Ghost World? You get Jacob's Apartment, written and illustrated by Joshua Kemble. Trish, thank you for playing Wordzoid.
All right, great job, Trish.
I was told I was gonna get a lifetime supply of paper towels.
I still feel bad for her not getting the paper towels, you know. He really sets the stage, you know. You kind of feel bad for that lady. Thanks to Jim Lujan for making that awesome advertisement, as well as, if you guys notice, the stream is always starting with a "Let's get ready to crumble" and like an audience and stuff. That's all Jim Lujan doing his magic just for fun, which inspired me to make a countdown intro for this. So thanks for Jim. Like I could have done an intro that was just my art or my logo, but it's so fun to have it be a collaborative thing where it's got like Philip's drawing and Jim's like, you know, noise snippet. I think that's way more fun. Noise snippet. That's an official word, Corey. I don't know if you teach that in communications, but
We're not that fancy.
I mean, some people might call it like an MP3 or something like that, or, you know, like an audio clip or something like that. But no, it's a noise snippet. Okay. That's what they call it. That's what us here in California. Okay. That's what we call it. I feel like if I wanted to be really pretentious about that, that would be kind of funny. Like, you know, Andy Kaufman.
Oh yeah.
Like his whole thing where he's like, in Hollywood, like he's like being the cocky, like, you know, character when he's like trying to do the wrestling smack talk, you know. It's so good. That's like looking really cool, Corey.
I'm getting a weird stutter that I can't find. Is that?
Oh, like a wiggle?
Well, I'm getting like a wiggle, but it doesn't seem to be actually be in the footage. It's like stuck in the playback though.
Oh, I see what you're talking about. There's like a second kind of back.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to like render this before I can see what it actually looks like. That's really annoying.
It's gonna be cool. I love it. I love it very much. So I was gonna talk about this a little bit. Like Jim asked me in the comments, like, one of my spicy videos, just the same question that you were asked, like on our Artcasters. Mm-hmm. And I thought it might be fun to talk about. Where he was saying, like, what makes you hopeful, like with art.
Oh, yeah.
And for me, I have to hope in comics. Like, I think that the comic book medium is the most undiscovered country of art, and I'm really excited to see what comes out. Like, that's what I'm excited about. I'm excited to see how the medium evolves. I'm excited to see bookstores start having sections by, I really do think this is going to happen, where it's going to be by genre, and it'll be comics rather than by publisher. I really believe that can happen. Where you could have like a romance section and it's comics. You have a fiction section, it's comics. You have a nonfiction section, it's comics. You have a religious section, it's comics. That's what I want comic book stores to become. Rather than, here's my Marvel section. I just think that's so lame. And this is the thing that annoys me about like all the fake like indie comics movements out there where it's like, we're going to be different. We're going to have another publishing company that'll be a new rack at the comic shop. And I'm like, no, just screw the racks, screw the publishing companies. Like, have genres of comics, you know?
Yeah. They're sort of doing that with manga.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, it should be like manga everywhere. Where like, you know, I'm a fan of cooking, and there's cooking manga. You know, like I'm a fan of like, you know, stories about friendship. There's stories about friendship manga. Like there's every kind of story. I'm a fan of mystery. Oh, there's a whole mystery section. It's that's treating it like books, and I'm really excited about that being something that I think will happen with comics. I think it's starting to happen. I think it's going to happen because all the kids reading Dogman are going to get older, and they're not going to care about like even if they care about Superman or whatever, they're going to have a broader perspective on what comics can do. You know, all the kids who like read Raina Telgemeier's Smile, right, are going to get older. Right. And they're going to be like, wow, I could tell a story about like my experience in drama class, or like, you know what I mean? It's, you know, all the kids watching American Born Chinese on like Disney will like hopefully read Jane Yang's book and be like, wow, I could like talk about my experience in school or my like whatever crazy story, or like, wow, there's this crazy thing in history and I could write about it, you know, like start treating it like books.
Yeah.
You know, Will Eisner's dream for comics could actually happen if like indie people start advocating for it. And if people start buying it and supporting it in the US. If all people are buying is like capes and tights, that's all you're going to get, you know?
Yeah. How do you think that's going to happen? I'm kind of curious because it's
I think it's going to happen because even in film right now, people are getting really sick of the superhero genre. Like I know I have a lot of friends who are just like, I enjoy every Marvel movie, but meh, you know? Right. And it's like, yeah, they're great, you know, and I keep hearing great things about Spider-Man 2, like the Spider-Verse 2 or whatever.
Yeah.
And I need to see that because I was really
Have you not
impressed.
Seen it?
Not the sequel, no.
Oh, dude. So
yeah,
good.
I live in a cave making comic books. I don't know if people are aware of that, but that's what this is a cave. There's like we're actually under a bridge, and I'm like an angry troll who's just living there. I don't know if you knew that. One of our fish is potentially missing, and we had to isolate a killer goldfish.
Is one of your fish kind of bullying everybody else?
Yeah, I mean, he was trying to murder his goldfish friend. He was like just butting him in the gills, and I was like, "Oh wow, this is bad."
Yeah, I had a whole tank full of that type of attitude.
Nice. So we had to put him in the other tank, and he's like the biggest goldfish. He's hilarious. Yeah. He's like a big, fat, chubby. He's like my favorite fish of all the fish because, you know, people who may not be aware of this, like I'm obsessed with like elephant seals and like hippopotamuses and manatees. Like I think that like big, chubby, funny looking animals. I used to own pugs. Like I just, there's something about like a just kind of helpless, chubby looking animal that just gets me. Like, so this goldfish is like my favorite of all our fish because it's like just this big, fat, funny looking goldfish who's just always eating, and he's obsessed with food. And he's funny, but he's also, he likes to try to kill animals. So we have two like bottom feeders that generally can kind of coexist with an animal like that. But I just overheard my sister-in-law saying that one of them is gone from the tank.
Oh, he got
Oh, they
eaten?
found him. Okay. I was like, I was going to say, we know where he goes. I'm just saying, if one of those disappears, we know where he went, you know?
Yeah. So my buddy, he caught he's got a canal in the back of his house, and his kids caught crawdads. And they're big. I don't know how crawdads are normally. I didn't know that Idaho had crawdads, but anyway, it was like I'd say 3 inches, right?
Nice.
And anyway, they're like armor plated with spikes, and I thought I had a really aggressive tank. I had cichlids, and I had an armored pleco that was like 18 inches long, like one of those sucker fish.
Uh-huh.
And I had 2 really big Oscars, and I had a bunch of cichlids, right? And they're really aggressive fish. But
They're crazy aggressive, yeah.
when everybody in the tank is equally aggressive, it seems like a really calm tank. So sometimes I would forget and be like, yeah, I'll toss something else in there. And
you didn't put a crawdad in there, did you?
I put 2 full crawdad, like armored crawdads that were like 3 inches long.
That's like putting a shrimp in a tank, dude. What do you think is going to happen?
Well, I'll tell you exactly what happened is within 3 seconds of that thing, I mean, one of them was swallowed whole before it hit the bottom of the tank. And the second one kind of like hunkered down in some rocks and hid for a while. And then one of the Oscars came down and just rammed the rock out of the way and bit the front half of it in half. And then one of the other Oscars swallowed the tail. It was within 10 seconds. They were completely consumed.
Yeah, fish are brutal, man.
They are.
If people don't think fish are brutal, like I really do encourage people to watch like a documentary on like killer whales. Like, because if you really like feel comfortable going to a place like SeaWorld or something like that, and you watch a documentary about killer whales, you'll realize like people should not be putting their heads in the mouths of these animals, like, and doing tricks with them. Like they are killers. Like they're brutal, vicious, insane killers. And yeah, they're very like family oriented and loving to each other. They don't tend to go at each other. They're like very mammalish in that way. But it's like, oh my gosh, like I would be terrified if I know they don't attack humans a lot in the wild, but if I was like swimming and there's like an orca that just swims next to me, I'm not going to be like, oh, I'm swimming with the whales. This is magic. Yeah. I would be terrified. Yeah. I'm as terrified of a killer whale as I am of a grizzly bear. If not, maybe more, because they're a really effective apex predator, Grizzly bears, pretty darn effective. Both are very similar, where they're just kind of going to consume meat.
Yep.
They're just meat consumption machines. It's like a meat grinder with a tail.
Yeah.
Anyhow, that was my whole rant on killer whales, ladies and gentlemen.
Philip said that was a great voice. I want that for a cartoon.
What was a great voice?
I think you were doing a voice when you were telling that story.
Oh, was I?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, I had no idea.
We'll have to go back then. Go back and watch.
Oh, I might have been doing the whole like, oh, they're so friendly, like that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Because there are people who are like, oh, we're swimming with the whales, and it's like, no, you're not. You're swimming with the thing that created the legend of like whales that attacked ships. That's what you're swimming next to.
Right. Aren't a bunch of... Is it orcas right now that are sinking ships?
So it turns out that orcas will attack ships. Yes, for sure. And what's funny? And this is my wild conspiracy theory. I think a lot of the old stories of like, ships being attacked by like whales as well as by squid are actually justified. I think there were, like, when you see the colossal squid, it's like, holy crap, if you were out at sea and that thing wanted to shift over your boat, like, let's say it thought your boat was like a fish, that thing could rock your world, you know?
Yeah.
I mean,
No, I think there's. I gotta look this up. I think specifically there is a. I think there like it was in the news like recently.
well, there was like a colossal squid that has the eyeball. They found the corpse of one, and the eyeball is the size of like a dinner plate. It's massive. It's like insane how big that thing is. It could basically, they knew these things existed because they kept seeing like markings of conflict on like blue whales.
Yeah,
Like
no.
so like big whales would have these like circular suction marks on their sides with like circular cuts on them and like around, so it looked almost like a suction cup with like a knife around it.
Right.
And they were like, there's some kind of like animal that's like suctioning and knifing like these giant whales. And then they realized, like, well, it must be a squid, but like, what would that thing be that's like causing the cuts? And then they finally found like a colossal squid. And the colossal squid was found, and it had, you know, it has these like two like knife type like things around it. They're like, so the suction cup like attaches, and then it has like a rotating like knife thing on it. It's like, it's crazy.
Okay, this
It's
is
amazing.
this is more recent than that.
I love that.
May 18th. Orcas have sunk 3 boats in Europe and appear to be teaching others to do the same. Scientists think a traumatized orca initiated the assault on boats after a critical moment of agony, and the behavior is spreading amongst the population through social learning. So, like, orcas are actively hunting boats off the coast of Spain right now.
Dude, and you don't want an orca like thinking your boat is like prey. I mean, just look at like the video of it's from a documentary a long time ago, but there's like this scene where this school of orcas are or pod of orcas, sorry, I forgot it's a pod. Are hunting like this sea lion that like has basically figured out, haha, I'm on this like giant iceberg, they can't get me, right? And they test it by like kind of swimming by and seeing how the waves kind of rock over the iceberg. And then like 2 of them test it, and then the whole school or pod of them test it. And then eventually they all go like 60 miles an hour in unison and create a wave that knocks the seal off of it and then eat it alive.
Dude,
They're incredibly intelligent animals. Like,
they're scuttling the ship.
Yeah.
Before they sink it, they attack the rudder first.
Yep. They're smart animals. I mean,
Really
like,
smart. Like, all 3 reports say that each time they grab the rudder and break it, like they wiggle it back and forth until it stops functioning correctly.
That's amazing.
Then they just ram it until it sinks. They have sunk 3 ships by scuttling it like pirates would.
I love it.
They're teaching each other how to do it. Holy crap! That's
so here's
amazing.
the question. Like, you know, what I wonder is maybe back in the day, you know, before there was like a lot of writing and stuff like that, maybe this kind of occurrence happened earlier, you know, and like, so all these sailors have these tales of these giant whales that are attacking ships, and everybody goes, oh, this is fake, this is ridiculous. And it turns out, no, it was like, it's actual colossal squids. There are giant squids that attack ships. There are giant whales that attack ships. So like the sailors were like telling these tall tales. Maybe they weren't so tall of tales. That's my conspiracy theory for the day. You guys.
So there's a
you guys get out your tack board, right? Like, get out your tack boards, get out your yarn, right? So first data point, you know, orcas, crazy apex predator. Second data point, what is this news article, Corey?
This is on livescience.com.
Nice. Okay, then tack that to all the old tales of like giant whales attacking ships. It's a pattern, guys. It's there. Old sailors weren't crazy. Is this footage of it?
I don't know if there's footage of it or not.
Oh man, because I would love. I hate to say it. It's like a car wreck. I want to see that. I want to see that happen.
Yeah. Yeah. This is NPR is reporting this as well. Orcas are
You guys, I
snapping the
said this
rudders
wasn't
off
going to be a
boats.
spicy stream, but I mean, giant killer whales attacking ships. You wanted spice. There it is. Aha.
Well, that's crazy.
Now look up the colossal squid if you have the time. Or you're working on stuff, dude. Don't get distracted by me. I need to figure out which page I'm doing the text for. I got distracted too. Okay, it's page 78. So I need to do that. Page 78. What are your guys' thoughts in the chat about killer whales attacking ships? Dee
says whales are beaching themselves on the Jersey Shore and along the eastern seaboard. The wind turbines are messing with their sonar.
Is that true?
No, they are beaching themselves.
No, I mean about wind turbines.
I don't know.
Why would wind turbines have any effect on sonar?
I wonder. You would imagine that there's a lot of vibration that would go into the ground, right? Because it's not just that those propellers are turning; they're turning turbines.
Let me see. I'm looking this up now.
Because that's interesting. While you're looking that up, Gary says, I love the first Spider-Verse movie, and I've heard the second is just as good, if not better. Just a little burned out on the genre. I'm sure I'll circle back at it at some point. And Philip was saying it was a great boy. Oh, Philip said, I saw the second Spider-Verse flick. I actually really liked it a lot. Indiana Jones was sort of middle of the road for me. So, and Gary was saying that it was better than Crystal Skull. But I think also watching paint dry and grass grow is better than Crystal Skull as well. So,
okay, so I guess like the thing I'm seeing here is it's saying that there's this like statement that a bunch of bats and birds have been killed by wind turbines because of like how they affect sonar. And then I'm reading it and it says, with regard to bird fatalities, it says wind turbines represent an insignificant fraction of the total number of bird deaths. And similarly of bat deaths, and that the bats actually sonar can help them avoid moving objects, and the idea of barotrauma is myth.
You should look up Action Activates comments.
I'm trying to find the thing on the whales though, because I could imagine that like the movement and water could actually really disrupt. It's interesting. I just want to see if there's truth to it. Not saying it's like bad. It's just when I hear a claim, I just want to check it out.
No, that's what I'm saying. Is look up Gaz's comment because he's got further commentary on that.
Oh, okay. Let me check it out. I just have to like find where StreamYard is again. Okay, there we go. Oh, nice. Gaz said. By the way, welcome Gaz. If you guys haven't checked out Gaz Bots on YouTube, you should. He does great like vlogs, like very, very confessional, like slice of life type vlogs, right up my alley. He said it is related to offshore wind development. He said at this point there is no specific evidence of noise resulting from offshore wind site characterized. Surveys could potentially cause mortality of whales. Wait. Oh, okay. There's no connection proven. There are no known links between recent large whale mortalities and ongoing offshore wind surveys. Okay. The source is the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Got it. And then Dee said, well, I'm sure it depends on where you look. Well, I'd trust the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration. That sounds pretty legit. Gary said, yes, lots of movies are better than Kingdom of Crystal Skull. Oh, Gary was saying he actually liked the new And he said he thinks the second Spider-Verse movie was just as good as the first, if not better. And then he also said he liked the most recent Indiana Jones. Interesting. That makes me possibly interested in seeing it. I just got hurt by that last one. I got physically hurt. Like, there's a South Park episode, I don't know if you guys have seen it, where they talk about Indiana Jones. It's all about George Lucas just trying to, like, torture people with, like, his recreations. And they're like, well, he's not. It's Indiana Jones. It can't be as bad as, like, the new, like, Star Wars. Like, it can't be as bad as, like, the Star Wars, the retouched Star Wars episodes. So they all go see it, and it's like, it's just watching Indiana Jones get physically assaulted in a sexual manner. And
Didi's saying
traumatized.
depends on where you have skin in the game, like Corey's thesis. Yeah, or theories. I agree. Themes. Gotcha.
Is that regarding the whole whale thing? Is that a thing?
Yeah,
Is that,
I think
like,
just
a political thing where, like, people are making, because it does look like there's, like, a big wind turbines assaulting birds and like the Guardian, which I tend to trust, has this whole article debunking the wind myths and stuff like that.
wind
like
in
turbines killing
general.
birds.
Wind in general tends to have a pretty polarizing thing, at least where I live, because we've got a big wind farm.
We have, like, a massive wind farm in the AV, even though it's a red district. I don't see a bunch of dead birds there, but it depends on who you trust. Well, I trust the Guardian. I'll say that in general, because they have, like, an incentive. Like, if they lie, they actually have to disclose that later on. I trust that more than a blog. That's all I'm saying. That's just my thought. I don't know, but I didn't think wind was politicized. But then now that I think about it, of course that's going to be like a right versus left thing. So annoying.
Well, if you
it's so annoying.
if
I didn't want to do a spicy stream. Why do wind farms have to be a political thing? Like, come on.
They change weather patterns.
Why would they? No. So it's just because it's clean energy and people are like, oh my gosh, it's the green energy thing. And then it's going to be the whole, like, oh, is global warming real? Is it really that politicized? That's so stupid. We've had wind farms in the AV since, like, the 1980s, and we're a red district. I don't understand why that would be an issue.
Well, I know in my home county, they're, like, shutting down Diablo Canyon, which is a big nuclear power plant, basically because they bought into all the weird propaganda that turned out to be totally untrue.
Why would, like, that's the thing that annoys me. Like, I know people on the left who are, like, anti, like, nuclear energy, and, like, that's idiotic. Like, most people I know who are fans of, like, renewable energy and stuff, like, are all about that. Although you can see the issues with it a little bit with, like, Ukraine right now.
Yeah,
like,
sure.
If you're in a country that's going to get attacked by, like, a neighboring giant country, then you could see where, like, having a nuclear power plant could be a problem. But since we're, like, a world superpower, I don't know. I feel like the risks versus the benefits are good. I lived in Long Beach near, like, some really cool nuclear plants, and they were awesome.
Yeah.
The city of Long Beach, I think the power costs are, like, ridiculously low because of that plant. The only thing that's questionable about it is disposal, which I think is an issue. Like,
yeah,
Didi was saying, I want to see everybody in California driving an EV and then brownouts. Well, right now, the only big brownouts seem to be happening in Texas. So just boom, just throwing that out there. If we're talking about a giant electric brownout that caused loss of lives, Texas, which like, has a very, like, very far right leaning electrical grid, had that massive failure. So I don't know, but I will say I see Teslas like almost every other car in California. Also, California has a lot of nuclear power plants. Let's see. California nuclear power plants. I gotta work on lettering, guys. There's how many new nuclear power plants? Let's see. How many California nuclear power plants? 2 operating reactors. Oh, maybe that wasn't an operating one in Long Beach. Thought it was. Where are they? Where are our reactors? We should have more than that. We should have 5 billion.
There should be a ton.
Did you know that California makes like, I can't even remember. We make like, if we were compared to like all the countries in the world, I think our net revenue is bigger than like the 7th largest country in the world or something. I can't remember how much of the state we make in revenue, but I mean not the state, the country. But I think California is like maybe, I can't remember. I think we're either the top or like the second highest earner of all states for the country. So if you're living in a country that's getting subsidies from us, cool. Go ahead and criticize us. Boom, California pride. Sorry. Sorry, Corey. You know what? I will be the first to criticize California, but I get very pro California when somebody comes at California.
Yeah,
I don't know why.
I think that's because
I don't even like Gavin Newsom. I think he's a horrible governor. But
yeah, it's fun.
I like California. I'm very proud of California.
Yeah, California has occasionally done awesome things, and then sometimes they shut down nuclear power plants at the same time that they're having like a referendum on gas-powered vehicles. Like 2035, every car sold in California is going to be electric powered, which great. I mean, we've done a lot of good things with we've done a lot of good things about pollution and stuff. Like if you go down to LA now compared to LA, 20 or 30 years ago, it's like way better.
Yeah, for sure. And also, like, honestly, EVs are really cool. Like even China is trying to compete with us. They're really mad about what was the thing recently with oh my gosh, I'm gonna blank out on the car company. I'll look it up real quick because I own a share of it. This is exciting stuff. Yeah, I think electric cars are really cool. Obviously, the electrical grid needs to be improved and stuff like that. But
my only problem with electric cars is that we are quickly taxing like worldwide lithium deposits and causing a lot of problems with like human labor for like mining those.
Yeah, I mean, like every innovation has a cost, and like, I mean, electric vehicles are not like the full solution, but it's a really cool innovation.
Oh yeah. Sure.
And whether people like it or not, like, again, I'm not like a big environmentalist or anything, but there is a fact that like oil is a much more limited resource. So that's kind of something to consider, whereas batteries can be, like there's multiple varieties of batteries that are being developed, and of course all have an impact on the environment, but it's like one is a little more sustainable for like long term. That's kind of the catch. I'm sure we could innovate and make something even better.
Let's see here. I think
what is that company called? I'm blanking out. I just have to remember the short name for it. Oh, NIO. So NIO is like one of the more effective electric vehicles that's like really huge in China. And they're trying to kind of force the U.S. to allow us to import NIO because they've embraced Tesla in China. And so like that's this whole big thing in the EV market. Yeah, Didi, I'm not under the impression that fossil fuels just create gas. Okay, I understand like the idea that there's other resources from fossil fuels. I get that. There's oil, right? Yeah. Anyhow. But yeah, I have no problem with like. I mean, I drive a car that runs on gas. You know, I'm not on an electric vehicle. Part of it's just the cost, though. Like, if the cost went down, dude, just the cost of commuting would be nice to be reduced significantly. I have a couple of friends who have Teslas, and they spend like maybe like $2 or whatever they just charge at the local park. It's like that's kind of amazing. Like, if you have to do like a 50-mile commute or something, you know. To me, that's what it's about for me. It's like, dude, if that could save me a ton of money on a long commute, that would be amazing. Yeah. That looks rad, Corey. I like the way that's kind of blipping out.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I'm trying to make it legible, but not not I don't know, boring.
But yeah, anytime we innovate, there's always there's all like this is the problem of human innovation. You know, like the internet creates access to like tons of information, right? That has benefits, like massive benefits for like human potential and like communication and people, you know, getting more knowledgeable and stuff like that. But it has like a massive downside, you know. There's all sorts of problems that came out of the internet that I don't think people envisioned when they were making the internet, you know. I think initially it was just a bunch of librarians, wasn't it? I don't know. Corey would know.
I don't
better.
actually know. I'm not sure exactly where they came out. I know.
I'm pretty sure what started causing the connections between servers was I think libraries kind of were the original infrastructure, but I might be wrong.
Makes sense.
Because I think a lot of it was about like data sharing, you know.
Yeah.
Jake said, you know who would know is Jake. I think Jake's a bit more of like a computer guy than we are. So Jake said, United Statesians, you need pedestrian-friendly road networks. Please. Yeah. You know what would be great? This is the biggest criticism I'll give California is, you know, in the history of California, there was a point in time where we had a Grand Central Station and we were making a subway that was going to be like networked throughout the city. It was going to be part of like the infrastructure. And we privatized the stations. And what ended up happening was like massive car companies actually bought the stations and then let them die. Like didn't allow trains to go through them. And so we never got a full transit system in Los Angeles. And so our system, like our current metro, is awful. Like we have horrible public transit in California. That's probably the worst thing about California. Like if we want to do something really good for the environment, we should be like Chicago and have an efficient area like the L, you know, or like New York having like an efficient subway. That would be the best thing we could do environmentally. But the city's never going to do that. There's a whole joke. Do you remember that movie Singles? There was this movie Singles back in the day. It was a Cameron Crowe movie. And it's this guy who lives in Seattle, and he comes up with this like super train plan that would like reduce all traffic and stuff like that. And every time he pitches it, people are like, but people like their cars.
Yeah.
And that's kind of California. Like at this point, I don't think you'd ever get like a hugely effective public transit system in LA. Gary said Singles is one of those classic Gen X movies. It is. You got to check it out, Corey.
I will check it out. Okay, how was that? I'm trying not to take all day on this.
I'm having trouble finding this page. 78. Okay. Yeah, Singles has Eddie Vedder in it
It's too much.
from Pearl Jam.
Uh-huh.
And he plays like the drummer of this band called Citizen Dick. And the band is just kind of a parody of like Seattle bands. But it's funny because they actually have like a lot of like fundamental Seattle grunge bands. Like I think Alice in Chains is in the movie.
That's cool.
What's up? Oh, not Citizen Fish, Citizen Dick. It's a parody band from a Cameron Crowe movie. My wife, who's all into punk rock, was like thinking I was talking about Citizen Fish. She's like, yeah. Anyhow. But I was talking about Citizen Dick. And the funniest part of that is there's a bit in the movie where the guy's like supposedly, like the singer is an idiot, right?
Mm-hmm.
And but he thinks he's profound, so he's like, you see, like I have this song. Our name is called Citizen Dick, and I have a song called Touch Me, I'm Dick. And it's deep and profound because, you know, people might think I'm just saying, hey, my name's Richard. You can touch me. But it has other meanings. It's like the person interviewing him is just like, like, just very unstunned by this, like, idiot. But it's very funny.
That's funny.
Ford's share price actually, Didi said Ford is losing 58,000 on every EV. Ford is like the second. I've been buying stocks lately. Ford adopting an EV model actually is one of the reasons their stock price has actually increased again, whereas most car stocks are actually decreased, except for Tesla, which is the most wealthy and valuable car stock you can own. So I would just say, like, on profitability, also look at Tesla's deliverable numbers last year. It's insane because they just had their release number. And I don't like Elon Musk, but I own some Tesla stock. Because if you want to see like exponential growth in like deliveries, it's insane. It's kind of disturbing. That was me responding to DD there.
Yeah.
But yeah, Ford had like some recall issues on one of their model trucks or whatever. But if they don't get with the times with EVs, they're going to get out of the game, which is actually every car manufacturer right now is trying to get with the program and make EVs, which is one of the reasons that a lot of people think owning Tesla may not be a good idea because they have that niche in the market. And so the second like a bigger manufacturer, you know, like Honda or something, like adopts like a full out UV or EV, like it could be real huge competition for Tesla, which is the highest selling EV right now.
And if and when Honda comes up with an EV,
it'll be affordable.
It'll be affordable and super reliable.
Yeah. But if you look at the increased delivery numbers that Tesla fulfilled, like they outdid all expectations. I'm just saying from like a stock level. I don't really follow any of the news outside of that. Whereas if you look at like the stocks for any car company that has not adopted electric vehicles, their value has decreased gradually. It's like a huge fear of like most car manufacturers right now. Anyone who's denying that is just not paying attention to the market, you know. And I'm barely in the market, but it's like that's kind of the game in stocks right now, at least with cars. You know.
I don't know. I'm excited to pay my car off and not have to worry about it for a long time.
I'm excited about the fact that like when I get this car paid off, I may not have to replace it for a while, depending on how long, you know, like if I have to commute again.
Seriously,
I've had to buy like new cars like almost like 2 times in my lifetime being at that workplace, you know.
Yeah.
I've gone through 2 brand new cars that started at 0.
Oh man, that's nuts.
Yeah, it was a long commute.
Yeah, your commute, dude. That is.
Didi, Biden's not giving them money. He's giving them tax deductions. Like most Republicans always point that out. Like a tax reduction isn't giving money. It's just not taking money. Does that make sense? That was me responding again. Sorry.
No, yeah, you're fine. Where is that? Sorry, I'm looking. Oh, there it is. I want this to be here.
But anyhow, I don't have an electric vehicle. I can't afford it. If I could, I would, because again, with the amount of charging stations that's actually what upped Tesla's stock recently, and their value is a bunch of the car companies have kind of just bowed to Tesla and been like, okay, our chargers are going to be Tesla style chargers. And so that basically means Tesla now kind of has a monopoly on all the charging stations across the US. And so that means Ford, and I think Ford was one of the ones that announced recently where they said, oh, we're going to make it a Tesla charger. I think Toyota is going to be making a Tesla charger. I can't remember the specific car companies, but it's a lot of them. I think GM too.
Seems like that would be good and bad for Tesla because...
Well, it's extremely good for Tesla because they own all the stations. And so it's and they also own the patent for that specific type of charger. So they're going to make money, But it's also bad for Tesla because, the more electric vehicles that get out there, more competition. But it's good for the market, right? As a person who's a fan of capitalism, I think that's good for there to be all these.
I like competition.
There are complaints about the quality of Teslas and the fact that the vehicles kind of have parts that fall apart and stuff like that. And so they will only have to either get better at it or they'll get eaten,
Yeah.
That's the beauty of the market.
Okay, then let's...
Didi, I agree with you about batteries from China, but where do you think we're getting car batteries and most of our car components now? I mean, even if we're manufacturing here, where do you think we're getting most of our steel? Everything is made in China, almost everything.
Let's see. I'm gonna take...
Let's see here. So I'm trying to find
0. There we go.
Didi said, shouldn't we be more concerned about that? I might be an outlier here. I don't know. I'd be interested in hearing Corey's take on this, but my thought is generally I think it's good to have countries trading with other countries.
I like international trade. I'm extremely concerned about China.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think we overly rely on China, but I also think China is less of a threat because of the fact that we trade with China. It's kind of a weird thing where there's an interdependence there that actually helps us not fight.
Yeah, their dependence on us, their economic dependence on us, is keeping us out of war. But at the same time, I don't know. The whole China thing, it's so nuanced because we've spent the last 40 years getting really used to extremely low quality, low cost production.
Yeah.
And so I think it's going to be very difficult to
adjust,
move into an ethical space where we have cruelty-free production, move into an economic space where we have kind of diversity of supply of production, where multiple countries are able to do that. I think Trump was pushing for trying to bring manufacturing back to the States. I don't really see that happening as a viable option.
Yeah, and what's bizarre about that is there's you can actually look at how that impacted American businesses and it didn't help them. I mean, you can look into it. It actually increased supply costs for most American manufacturers who do rely on Chinese imports. So rather than like any sort of like, oh no, this is going to cause like all these manufacturing places to open up in the US, instead what it did was increase imports from Bangladesh, which are lower quality. And honestly, if you want good factory conditions, you're not going to get them in Bangladesh. Um, and and even the imports from Bangladesh were more expensive because of the fact that, like, again, most of the raw materials of the world come from China. So it's like, even if you're like, again, raw materials, there's a lot of raw materials that we rely on China, even like American businesses. So those taxes were really regressive, because they just, the factories tended to not pay them. All that meant was that American importers had to pay more, and it's not like they could just go to like American, you know, it's not like they could just go to like an American business and go, "Oh, you guys do this," because no American businesses do the kind of things we import. So like, it just kind of screwed over a lot of small businesses.
Yeah, I don't follow that super closely, but I do think
I did because I worked for a small business,
Yeah.
small business that imported from China, and I saw it firsthand. And then I looked it up. I was like, "Oh, is this just my business?" And it's like, no, actually, it had a really regressive impact on the entire U.S. economy, and it didn't really cause the creation of a lot of new manufacturing plants. So it's like the whole myth of that being like some good thing to do. It's like, it's one of those things that, like, if you're thinking black and white about things and not the nuanced world where we're in a global world where every country affects every other country, and we all trade very openly, and that actually usually causes a lot less kind of conflict. If you don't look at the world that way and you think of things as like black and white, like, oh, we pay less for this and we pay more for this and they're paying more taxes and stuff like that, and you're just ignoring the kind of global effect of that, and the businesses that currently rely on it. You can make a choice like that where, like, on paper sounds really good. It's like, oh, this is anti-China and pro-US, and instead it ends up actually hurting the US more than China. That's just something that we do all the time. Not saying it's a great scenario where we're like completely reliant on other countries, but at the same time, like, this idea that we can just like sit in a hole and like not trade with other countries, and then those other countries aren't going to start fighting each other, is just like ahistorical, in my opinion. Dee Dee said Josh is running me off with politics and picking on contrary views from his. Later, guys. Okay. I don't know, Dee Dee. I didn't even bring this stuff up. You did in chat. And she said he only wants to be right. That's not the case, Dee Dee. I was just actually addressing everything you were saying. And she said, sorry, he's so condescending. Okay. Good luck. Yeah, I wasn't trying to be condescending. The weird thing is when you bring something up in somebody's chats during a stream and they actually address it by saying what they believe, it's not condescension. It's just, I've thought about this and this is what I believe. You're free to disagree, and you're free to go elsewhere. Okay. Anyhow, with that being said, I'm going to do a break and we're going to come back and not be spicy. My goal was not to be spicy. I think if Dee Dee looks back on it, this all started with a discussion of windmills and like kind of a theory about that had nothing to do with, I think, the conversation we were having. So somebody was importing politics in here. It was not me. Let's go ahead and play. Let's see here. Which one should we play? Let's play Joe Biden's endorsement of Jacob's apartment. And wait, no, I don't want to play that one yet. I'll play that later because that's too political. I'll play Christopher Runciman's. All right.
Hi, my name's Chris and I like comics. I want to talk about this comic for a second here. I just got this in. I ordered it direct from my local comic shop through Diamond Distributing. It's Joshua Kemble's Jacob's Apartment. I really enjoyed this book. There's all kinds of comics out there, let's be honest. There's fun comics, There's superhero comics, there's young adult comics, there's adventure comics for kids. There's so many different things on the planet. But there's also an entire subgenre of alternative books. Real life, real world depictions in comic book form. Situations that happen to each and every one of us. And this is a fine example of that. If you get a chance, order this book from your local comic shop. You won't be disappointed. I can't sing its praises high enough. Okay? Check it out. Check Is a Pogren by Joshua Kemble.
All right. So that was entertaining. How are you doing, Corey?
I'm good. I'm just trying to figure out how I want to export this file.
No, it's bizarre to me. It's like, I've said this before. It's like, Corey, you and I disagree all the time. I just think that the problem with disagreement in general, and I'm not going to get into politics, just about the idea of disagreement in general. I think, like, you can't, like, make a politically charged statement and then be weirded out if somebody has a countering opinion. Like, that's just life, like,
Yeah.
so if you walk into a bar or something and you say, like, man, I love Joe Biden, don't be surprised if somebody else comes up and goes, you know what, I kind of like Trump. And then like, you kind of open the pathway for that. If you feel like it's like somebody being politically toxic because they don't just go, yeah, I do too, then, like, you probably want to hang out in safe spaces, like, that's just my opinion,
Yeah, it's
on it.
also a tough spot because, like, you're having a conversation with somebody who's got a delay on the typing and then a delay on the stream, and then one side of the
100%.
conversation
Like,
is
I wouldn't
verbal,
even.
and the other side of that conversation is typed, and it just becomes a hard.
Yeah, it's a hard one to navigate, but just in full disclosure, like, if Dee Dee does watch this after the fact, or she's unsubbed or whatever, it's like, just so you know, it's like, that wasn't an attempt to, like, railroad Dee Dee. I think she's a great artist and an interesting person. It's just, again, if you bring something up, I'm going to try to address it. If you bring it up in chat, it's hard to, like, kind of keep up with, like, every single thing you're saying in chat while I'm also doing like art and also addressing, like, the first thing you said or, like, the second thing you said. I'm addressing what I see, so that's kind of it. But I'm not gonna just agree with, like, everyone. Like, somebody could come up and, like, the other day Marsh was in chat and he was saying that Rob Liefeld's one of his favorite artists, and I defended Liefeld a bit, but I still tease Liefeld. Like, I don't like Rob Liefeld's work, but I don't also think Marshall's a bad person because he thinks different. Like, that's kind of people,
Yeah.
And I think Marshall's a different political persuasion to me. So, I don't know. Anyhow, to each their own. But this was not going to be a spicy stream, you guys. This was going to be just hanging out. I guess I've been doing some spicy streams, so I guess maybe I'm reaping what I sowed.
That's funny.
I don't know.
I don't know.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. It's hard to do all kinds of things. I'm trying to find.
It's hard to do multitasking with art.
Where's that layer? Oh, that must be it. There we go. I'm going to put this on a thing. Sorry, I'm doing that talking while trying to figure something out thing.
Gary said, I guess this is going on. You know what? I'm not going to address people's chats on that topic because we're not doing a political stream today. I don't care. I mean, I was really interested in hearing Corey's take on it. And I kind of agree. Like, I think there's more nuance to it than saying, like, yes, it's good that we import from China. There's definitely problems with it, and we definitely need to work on it. I just think a lot of the time on left and the right, we have these solutions we think are going to work, and instead they end up causing more pain than solution,
Yeah, I think that's been true every time we've done anything There's
Yeah,
just there's so many results to stuff that.
and it's
Really
sad because
difficult to
like
tell.
some of that isn't even a political thing. Some of that's just like a human thing where it's like you know, okay, we came up with a solution to this, and then like 5 years later, you find out like there's 5 problems we didn't like. We would have had no way of knowing, but now it's like a new problem that's like potentially even worse. Like
Yeah.
it's kind of like the nature of like humanity. It's kind of a strange thing about us, a race.
Yeah, we're not very good at predicting the future and seeing how our actions will affect things. That's for sure. Okay, does that work?
I'm trying to, what's a good example of that? And this is coming from like a lefty or whatever, but it's like recycling is a really good example of that. I saw a thing recently where it was like, there's like this specific, I'm blanking out on the country, but there's a specific country where I think it's in India where it's like we just ship our trash
Yeah.
and it's our recycling because we can't process all the recycling. And so it ends up just being in these like bins of just piles, like mountains of just garbage in deserts. like like just ruining environments, and then they're just burning them a lot of the time, and it's just creating like way more problems than the recycling. So it's like we thought recycling was like this great thing. It is kind of a good thing in theory. Like we should be able to like reuse old materials and stuff, but a lot of recycling ends up actually being counterintuitive, which is bizarre,
Yeah.
That's a good example of like it was a good idea initially, kind of seemed like a good idea. It's not necessarily bad, but it's not being done perfectly, and like it's created a whole other world of problems and more trash. We still haven't solved the trash problem.
Yeah. Well, and some of it is just that it's just so overwhelming.
Yeah. Like
Just
we don't
an
have the
overwhelming
facilities
amount.
to do the thing that we need to do. Yeah, it's yeah. Anyhow, it's interesting.
Yeah.
Those like unknown variables or whatever.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's hard to tell what to do.
Well,
on
that's the thing. I
anything.
don't think anyone's perfect either. And so, I think like trying is a good thing, but
Mhm.
it is hard to like know. Again, like, this is that weird kind of boring, like maybe nonpartisan answer, which is like it's nuanced.
Yeah.
that's kind of what I view it as,
Yeah, for
But
sure.
I'm thankful I'm not somebody in a position where I have to make those calls, I can just kind of look at whatever seems best and
Yeah.
try to read up on it as much as possible and then try to make the right call from there.
Yep.
Those look really clean, man. Is that just on a kitchen counter?
Yeah. Yep. That's just kitchen counter and window natural light.
Nice. Natural light's
So,
good.
I like natural light. Yeah, we've got
A lot of
good
people
lighting
don't
up
realize
there.
you can buy these like crazy expensive things, like light boxes and stuff. I used to have access to those as an art director, and it's like quite often like just natural light is like almost impossible to like fake.
Yeah, the real challenge is a lot of those things are just they're just trying to get natural light,
Yeah.
So, yeah. Okay, I think that'll be good. And then I'll end with the same thing.
So what do we have here? This is not the right one. So, I just realized, okay, good. This stuff is showing up. I was worried this wasn't showing up on stream. So what I'm doing right now for anybody who's watching is going through previous panels to kind of find the right assets that I've already built. this is like a really good thing to be doing if you're working on a long book, is like kind of build off of stuff you've already made rather than having to kind of recreate the wheel every time.
Gaz was saying that the chat died.
The chat died. I angered a viewer.
What is a TPU liner?
Oh well.
Look that up. TPU liner.
I don't know. Maybe I was being pretentious. I didn't feel like I was being pretentious. I felt like I was just answering some stuff that was brought up in chat. But
yeah, I think
knows?
sometimes stating things as facts in the midst of a kind of a nuanced discussion can be hard.
Yeah.
So,
but what do you do when some of those things are actually facts?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, that's a hard one to navigate.
Very elastic and flexible material. It's smooth to the touch.
I do think about stuff a lot, and I usually don't give wild takes that I'm very confident about unless it's something I've actually like read or looked into.
Yeah.
That's just my own thing, you know. It's like for me, you know, I had never even heard the wind farm stuff that was like brought up, and so my natural instinct is just to look to like, you know, what's being said about that, you know.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, oh, okay, like what makes, you know, again, like I'm not closed to the idea. Like if I saw something compelling that was like wind farms are causing this weird thing, I'd be like instantly in agreement with it. But I'm like a weird person where I want to look it up.
Right.
And then things like, for instance, the thing with the China thing, it's just like I've literally read about that and looked at the statistics of it, you know. So it's like that one, it's like if somebody's making claims, it's a hard one not to talk about because it's like, no, I've actually like looked into this, you know.
Yeah.
Because it would be cool if that actually had worked and like you saw all these like manufacturing plants like open up in the US or something. Like if that happened, I'd be like, that's a great thing we did, you know.
Yeah, it's also hard to see the real results of something because that might have been the perfect move, and short term, you know, caused a lot of problems, and long term caused a lot of benefits. You know, and that's like a lot of things. It's like difficult.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like maybe that was like the birth pangs or something of it.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. But I don't know. I think in general, my general rule of thumb lately on everything is multiple points of redundancy. I like like if I'm rock climbing, I want multiple points of redundancy in like the safety stuff that I'm working with. If I'm in a marketplace, I want multiple points of redundancy that cause competition.
Yeah.
You know, and so anything that allows for more things, because I mean, we were talking about the bees the other night. Like the reason that I've got a problem with the way that we're doing bees is because we're using one species of bee. And so if that fails, it's not like we're like, oh, you know, it's like multiple streams of income, you know, like if I have a single stream of income and I lose it, I'm in a lot more trouble than if I had multiple streams of income and I lose one of them. So,
no, anyway, that makes a lot of sense.
I just like multiple redundancies. That's, you know, I have the human rights issue with China. I have all the other issues. The Taiwan thing is rough, but my main issue with it is I just like.
Well, the Uyghurs too is just like incredibly disturbing. So it's like you know, I'm under no pretenses that it's a great thing.
Right.
It's just I'm aware of, and this is going to sound condescending, but it's like I'm aware of the nuance of it. Like it's not as simple as just make everything, you know, even or whatever, because it's like it's not even. What we're paying isn't even, right? So we're kind of paying the cost of our own greed in a weird way.
Yeah.
When it comes to like navigating with that country or Bangladesh or any of these like small like third world countries when we want like really crazy quality, because like that's the thing that is also an issue. China is getting better and better at what they make, so it's no longer like one of those weird things of like, oh, this is bad crappy Chinese products. It's like the factories have gotten better and better and better to the point where there's things China can make that are better than anything anyone in the US can make, you know?
Right.
And so it becomes like that becomes an issue because costs actually start increasing regardless. So we're getting things for less and less cheap from our imports because they're starting to have higher standards. The economy is a lot better there, so like we're less able to exploit it.
Yeah.
But we're also kind of paying the cost of the original sin, which was like, oh, there's a bunch of poor people who are desperate. Let's prey on that, you know?
Yeah. Right.
But also, like, it's nice to be able to get tennis shoes for like $10, you know?
Right.
So it's like this weird, but it's a nuanced thing. Like, there's a lot that goes into it rather than just like one simple, clear cut thing, you know?
Yeah, that's the challenge. I forgot I'm not in.
What's weird though is I have a relative who lived in China and he loved it. So it's like a lot of people are like, oh, I would hate to live there. And it's like, yeah, there's a lot of repression of free speech. Like they had to use all this extra stuff to like access the internet. That's like the ungovernment internet and stuff like that. But in general, yeah, 100%. Like their government is kind of crazy. I would never want to live in that kind of government. That's why I'm not like again, I'm left, but I'm not that left, you know?
Yeah.
But it's like, but yeah, it's just like one of those things of like, I don't know. I feel like to me, like a lot of extreme people on the left make the same mistakes where they'll go for like this really stupid, like cookie cutter solution that doesn't work because it's too easy. It's too simple.
Right.
And it's funny because it's like, you know, it kind of makes sense logically, I guess, because you're like, oh, it's Occam's razor. It's like the simplest explanation. But there are a lot of scenarios where like Occam's razor is not effective at all, you know?
Yeah.
Like if you're designing an aircraft and you're like, oh, like Occam's razor, this will work. It's like, no, that aircraft's going to crash. Like, you know, there's a lot to like the nuances of that, you know? And I think it goes that way with geopolitics, where it's like, you know, I don't think anyone has perfect solutions for anything geopolitical. It's just, it's way too weird.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. It's a challenge. That's why I think having like a good, normal, like nuanced poll from the right and the left is good, is because anytime you have too much of one or the other, it's a little blind to everything that could happen and all the different things. But yeah.
No, I agree. I like the balance of powers. I tend to like the balance of powers when the balance is a little more balanced and people are a little more centered, weirdly enough.
Yeah.
I think it's important to have fringes that kind of like pull people and like, you know, and push policy forward and stuff like that. But I think when it starts getting really extreme, it gets real scary. Right. I've told you my theory. I think you agree with it, where it's like, I think people go so far left and so far right, they meet in like crazy town at the top.
Right.
It's like a circle.
Yeah.
Not a line. It's a circle.
Yeah. Well, definitely the fringes are very similar to each other, even in ideology almost.
Yeah.
Yeah, but definitely in other ways. All right. Okay, I'm trying to see the best way to showcase the parts of this phone case without it being really boring. We should pick a topic that doesn't kill the chat.
Yeah, I know. I didn't want to kill the chat. It's funny because like this chat would have been booming if I had started it as a spicy stream, but it wasn't a spicy stream. That's the goal. Like the goal here was let's just hang out and work on art. And then people bring up conspiracy theories about like wind farms, and there we go. We're like, And I'm also like, I'm learning, guys. I'm learning. I'm the type of guy who, like, sometimes I see a fight and I jump into it, and probably shouldn't, but I don't know. I'm just like, I don't know. You're coming in my chat just saying weird shit. Like, I'm going to talk about it, I don't know. We got to come up with something else. I do also need to, like, disappear for a second. We're almost at the point where I have this page done, which is kind of exciting. That's actually a good question. Corey, when you were working on your book, do you kind of create like assets and stuff that you can reuse for each page and like have like a little library for it? I'd imagine you do, but
yeah. Like, what do you mean?
like, for instance, like for me, I have this specific kind of panel border and it has these elements, and I'm like reusing the same exact elements throughout, like just kind of recycling them,
Yeah.
rather than having to like reinvent them every time.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I do that sometimes to my detriment because I spend so much time trying to avoid duplicating work that I, probably could have just saved my time just not doing that. But yeah, I do that.
Action Activate said she was dishing out but couldn't take it. And then also said voice to text is rough too, though. Yeah, I think that's one of the tough parts, is like trying to kind of be fair to the chat. Gary said, I do think everyone can agree China is not a good place we want to live. I would agree with that. Gary also said, yes, in ways we take advantage of and profit from the concerns and complaints we have about them. Jake said, currently reading. What are you currently reading, Jake? And then Gary's going to give us a non-spicy question of the day. And it's, are you pro or against abortion? No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding, Corey. He didn't write that. He said, what is something you used to love to do that isn't actually really a thing anymore? Here's my example. I loved going to dingy little arcades with a roll of quarters, and that's not a thing anymore. Something I love to do that's not a thing anymore. I gotta think about that. That's a tough question.
I used to buy almost all of my clothes from thrift stores.
Oh yeah.
But I don't know if this is just like, I don't know exactly where this came from. Like, the smell of a thrift store now, like, grosses me out. Like, there's just a little bit of dust in the air.
Yeah.
And I
there's more than dust, but yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I used to be totally down with thrift stores, and now I'm like, I don't know. So yeah,
I think for me, I'd still be down with thrift stores. For me, it's more of a time issue, where, that used to be like something I'd do on the weekend for fun. I'd be like, I'm going to go browse at the thrift store for like 3 hours and find really cool clothes and items and stuff. I have a suspicion if I did it, it would still be awesome,
Yeah. Yeah, for me, it was just like, I don't know.
But you're right about the odor. Like, there is a distinct thrift store smell, much like, you know what it is? It's very similar to like an old person's home. If you've ever been to like an old person's home, there's like this smell.
Yeah.
Or like a really bad wing of a hospital. It's got that vibe.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's my thing with the, oh, there we go. Good. Perfect.
I like that. I can't really think of much that I used to like to do that's not a thing anymore.
Rewinding VHS tapes.
Didn't like doing that.
Not a hobby.
I don't even think positively about that. I'm like, this is the weird thing for me. I guess maybe old enough to where like I'm not nostalgic about tapes. Like I mean, it's like nostalgic to like think back to like listening to tapes, but when tapes sucked, they were awful. They like the freaking tape would actually get like out of the cassette, and like you'd have to like wind it back in with like a freaking pencil, and you'd often have to like rebuy albums over and over again because the tapes would get distorted or warped. And then like even when it came to like better tape recorders and tape players, like Walkmans and stuff like that, eventually they modified the technology to where it could sense a stop between songs, and it would like auto fast forward to the next song.
Mm-hmm.
But even that was like a nightmare because it would still take like a little bit before you could change tracks and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't miss those. I don't miss that. Like, I'm nostalgic about it, but I wouldn't want to go back. Like, I hated tapes. Now,
that's fine.
vinyl I can get behind,
You
There's
must
actually
have
an
had-
audiophile argument for the superior quality of sound you get from vinyl.
Yeah. Yeah. Gaz is saying, I used to thrift store for toys, but that's not really a thing since they started looking at eBay. I put myself through a couple semesters of college before anybody really knew about eBay, by going to thrift stores and buying stuff and then reselling it on eBay.
Nice.
It's good stuff.
I have never really effectively used eBay in my life, so it's like I feel like a boomer about it, where I'm just like, because I've never used it, it intimidates me. That actually does remind me of one thing that I used to love doing that I can't do as effectively anymore, and that's pawn shopping. I used to hunt for guitars at pawn shops all the time.
Oh.
And I've done it recently, but it's not quite the same, for a very similar reason, because people can just go to like Reverb or like a website, and if they have a really good guitar, like they're not just going to pawn it, like they'll resell it,
Yeah.
And so it's kind of unfortunate because back in the day, you used to be able to find like a really good guitar at a pawn shop that just needed a little bit of work. And nowadays, if you find a guitar at a pawn shop, it most likely is going to have like a bent truss rod or something like that's like inherently like dead for the guitar. Like it's a bad guitar. Like there's something in it that's a reason the person gave it to a pawn shop and couldn't sell it on Reverb, or sell it to Guitar Center.
Right.
But I do miss that joy of like when you get a really good find at a pawn shop, and you'd get like this like gem of a guitar. I still fantasize that it can happen. Yeah.
Do you fantasize enough to go look for it?
I have gone pawn shopping for guitars. I'm not going to be doing that for a while now, obviously. Because got to be a little more careful with the finances.
Sure.
But I did buy one at a pawn shop like a couple years back and did some work on it and made it into a good guitar. But
I remember that.
Yeah. But that was a lot of like the work to make it a good guitar. I probably could have bought just a better guitar,
Yeah.
Let's see here. 78. Okay, I need to actually pull open the script. I thought I had it open. How is everybody in chat doing? How are you guys doing? Hopefully none of you guys are like calling my manager and complaining. I feel like the needle dropped. It was a little tense earlier, guys. A little tense.
Yeah. Make this down.
And I've talked about this before. I probably have a negative part of my personality that enjoys conflict. That wasn't a conflict I enjoyed.
Yeah.
So, I enjoy conflict when it's like we're all coming into like we're gladiators and we know what we're getting into. That's the kind of conflict I like, right?
Yeah.
I don't like, random conflicts where you're like, no one's trying to attack,
I don't like any conflict. I avoid conflict unless it is necessary.
Thrust upon thee.
Well, not necessarily thrust, but like when it's for the betterment of of the business or my family or I'll do it when it's an effective thing. I don't do it for sport.
Yeah. I don't mind sporty conflict as long as the sport is like, you're playing on the field. I don't know if that makes sense. Oh, interesting. There's a lot of interesting stuff in chat right now.
Sounds like Jake got in a bike accident. I hope he's okay.
Okay, so okay. Jake was talking about reading Hunter Thompson to get in the writer vibe for a project. Gaz was saying thrifting for toys. I think we already addressed that. Philip said, since my issue with bed bugs, I'm too scared to get anything from a thrift store now. Yeah, actually, I never even thought of that, but that's like a huge problem with the thrift store. Although generally, I don't think you're going to buy a bed from a thrift store. That's one thing.
I know beds that are sold at thrift stores.
Well, I think there's like laws, at least in California, where you can't sell a mattress, like a used mattress.
Yeah.
In California, and if you do, it has to be like treated at like a specific kind of way and certified or something. So I don't know if that's like the same outside it, but Philip says, since my issue with sorry, we already read that. Gary says same with retro videotapes. Once upon a time you'd find something awesome. Now the good stuff is on eBay and thrift stores and have 800 copies of Madden Football. Oh, yeah, the retro video games, that's a really good point. Honestly, books, too. You used to be able to find just, like, excellent books at thrift stores. I got, like, a ton of novels when I was a kid. I got really into Ray Bradbury, and I remember my local thrift store would always have Bradbury stuff. And so I'd pay, like, 25 cents and read, like, a really great book. I miss that. I miss a really good used bookstore. I guess it is a thing, but it's not a thing where I live, you know. And I used to live right near Powell's, which like had just amazing selections, you know, of books. And prior to that, when I lived in Long Beach, there was a place called Acres of Books, and it was like a world famous used bookstore, and it looked like just a small little bookstore right at the front. But when you'd go in, it literally went back like blocks. Like, so it was like the entryway just looked like a normal storefront, but the building itself went like multiple streets back, which is why it was called Acres of Books. That was the coolest place ever. Yeah. I miss
awesome.
used bookstores.
Yeah, I wish we had more of those. I mean, that's like one of those things. I'm trying not to go political again, but like we don't because Amazon. You know, like Amazon decided to
more
destroy...
like Slamazon. Am I right? I don't know. I don't even know what that meant. Corey, I like that my dad jokes have gotten so bad that even you are like, ugh.
Yeah.
No, that's a good point. Like Amazon has kind of destroyed a lot of the book trade, and yet I buy from Amazon.
Yeah, it's hard not to because they're kind of the only game in town for a lot of stuff.
Yeah. I do feel like a lot of people sometimes will get on a high horse about where you shop, and you know, I think we've talked about this, but like I remember having this discussion with a vegetarian a long time ago who was talking about how more people need to like be vegetarians and stuff like that. And I mentioned that vegetarianism is kind of like a class thing.
Right.
In our country, and they didn't understand like like they thought it was like a criticism or something, but it was like, no, it's just like if you live in like a really poor area, like the option to like buy like healthy vegetables and stuff like that is often a lot more expensive than just buying a big packet of ground beef.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And also you're just dining options. Like if you notice, like this is a wild thing, but if you drive through a city, you don't see a lot of vegetarian options in like poorer neighborhoods. You just don't.
Right.
You know? Not that it's impossible, but it's just like, you know, yeah.
Gaz says that there's a crazy bookstore in LA called The Last Bookstore.
Oh, I love the Last Bookstore. That place is badass.
Oh, yeah? That's cool.
They have a sculpture of books that they have like an archway made of books. I wanted to
real
do a
good.
signing there, and then I found out you have to pay like $6,000 to have a signing there. And I was like,
wow.
well, I'm not going to pay to sign at your bookstore so 3 people can buy my book.
Right.
If it was like a wealthy, gentleman with like a huge following, then yeah, that'd probably be worth it. But that's the whole thing. On the contrary, like if you're a well-known enough author to where you could afford to pay that, they probably just have you in,
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, here's my edit. That took way too long, but it looks good.
Oh, wait. You guys started again. I missed it.
All right, hold on. Okay, right at the beginning. There we go. Anti-phone. That might drag a little bit. I need some music to see how long I need these cuts. That's those two next to each other are not my favorite.
Yeah, that cut was a little awkward.
Yeah.
That's a nice one. I feel like those last two flowed into each other, but the cut from the one before it was a little
like this
awkward.
Cut into that cut?
Yeah.
Or
I think it's the direction.
This cut into that cut.
I think you need it to like slide. Like if it zooms in like that, I think you need to have it zoom in but move up a little bit so that it naturally transitions to the other move. Does that make sense?
Yeah. You probably, I mean, what I'm trying to show is
activate said slave 1 BG. I don't know what that means.
That is Boba Fett's ship in the background.
Oh, the slave 1. Okay, now I remember.
Yeah. No one calls it the slave 1 anymore because the fire spray. But yeah, it is the slave 1.
Is that really they renamed it?
The class of ship is a fire spray. The name of the ship is the slave 1.
Oh, okay.
But on all the toys, they say Boba Fett ship or Jango Fett ship.
That's probably why I didn't remember the name. I loved Star Wars growing up, but I'm not the guy who knows all the Star Wars stuff. I think between you and Chris Kawagua, I think are like the most knowledgeable Star Wars folks I know.
I think Chris is. Yeah, I think Chris puts me to shame. I don't know that much.
I think it depends because Chris knows a lot with the movies and stuff. I feel like you've read more of the novels and the lore though. Like I feel like you know more of like the lore stuff a little bit.
Yeah, I've read a few of the books. I don't know. That is one thing.
Wait. I need to reverse compliment. Corey, you don't know anything about Star Wars.
You're correct.
Defend yourself.
The problem with the reverse compliment is I will most likely agree with it.
I'll just be like, yeah, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Well, it is tough because, like, the more you know about Star Wars, then the more you know about people who know more about Star Wars than you. So you're never going to feel like you know a lot about Star Wars because you're going to be like, well, I mean, I know a lot about Star Wars, but there's, like, guys who know, like, enough to get hired by, like, the film company to be making sure that. Did you know that Mark Hamill's kid was the Simpsons historian?
Nope.
That's awesome. So at Bongo Comics, his job was literally to sequentially follow and make sure everything was in canon with The Simpsons.
That's awesome.
Because he had like this encyclopedic knowledge of The Simpsons. I think that's pretty cool.
That's great.
Okay, I'm going to disappear. It's been 3 hours.
I might bail. I'm hearing my kids upstairs, so I gotta.
That's cool. Well, thanks for coming on this non-spicy stream that ended up spicy by accident. Yeah, that was fun.
It's good stuff. Well,
looks great, Corey. That looks awesome. Looks badass.
Never talk about whales. That was the problem.
I know. That's the weird thing. I was literally talking about killer whales being psychotic animals.
Yeah, but they're taking out ships, man.
You guys got to watch out for those killer whales and colossal squids. Okay, so we're gonna play the trailer. Oh wait, you're heading out, so why don't you let people know where they can find you and where they can pick up this anti-phone case? reiterate it for
Yeah.
now. And
If
all that fun stuff.
if you want this, hold on. I can do this for real. There you go. Go to CoreyKerr.com. That is a busy screen with all of those things. But if you go to CoreyKerr.com, you can click on the store, go to the bottom. Sometime by the end of the day, I will have my store slightly more organized. But yeah,
I love
if
it.
you want this distraction rectangle phone case, it is available.
And it's
for
badass.
Samsung and iOS. So,
And it's great. By the way, do they have one that fits this guy, like the 3?
hold on, I gotta take me off. Go back here.
Like this one, the Pro, or
Yeah,
no?
I mean, hold on, I'll bring it up. They've got like, it's like a ridiculous number of.
Oh, okay. So they have
So
multiple phone options. That's great.
so these are all the Samsung ones, and then the let's go to iPhone.
You guys get this phone case. You can literally use Werner Herzog's voice if anybody asks, "What's that?" You're like, "It's the distraction rectangle."
So it looks like iPhone 11 to 14. So,
I love it.
Yep.
Cool.
Yeah. Cool, man. Well, thanks for having me on. It was good talking to you.
Thanks. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, Corey Kerr. Make sure you guys are following Corey Kerr on YouTube, and we're gonna take a brief second-long break where I'm gonna be wrapping in a little bit, but we're still gonna stream for about 5 or 10 more minutes, and we'll just go ahead and close Corey out with the trailer by Philip Chandler.
Hi, my name is Phil Chandler. I'm a freelance artist, illustrator, and cartoonist. Today, though, however, I want to tell you about a graphic novel I picked up recently called Jacob's Apartment. This book was both written and beautifully illustrated by Joshua Kemble. It is the story of a doomed romance that causes the main character to question his beliefs and his faith, while he's also going through other tragedies in his life. Every page has been illustrated by hand and digitally colored with painstaking detail. It is an emotional story that causes you to think and even question things in your own life. And while the story is a tragedy, it is one that I was completely entertained by and I highly recommend. You can currently find this on Amazon or even check in with your local bookstore and see if you can order it. And while you're at it, you can also check out my Instagram at Phil Chandler Arts and also my YouTube channel by the same name, Phil Chandler Arts. And go buy Jacob's Apartment.
All right, so we have a lively chat today. If you guys haven't yet, hit that like button. That way you get notifications when we're about to go live. And I'm just going to talk through what I'm doing here. So basically, we're just going to do the last part of this. And we're going to make sure we have our... okay, we have the right part of our script. And actually, I just realized my script isn't even showing here. So let's pull that up so you guys can get a nice view of that. Appreciate you all. I hope I'm keeping you company while you're doing art. You got some spice, which was kind of fun. And it was fun to see Corey and have a conversation with him and hang out and make art. Let's see here. We have, I feel, some of small affinity to these magicians. I will say this regarding like comments on my stream. I'm going to address it. Basically, if you go into a comment section and then people, when they ignore your comment because they don't want to talk politics or whatever, and you go, oh, ignoring the comment. And then when they address the comment, you go, man, you're being pretentious. It's like, it's a no-win situation. I just want to point that out. And honestly, I don't mind talking about political stuff, but I would just want to point out that, like, it's kind of like the pot calling the kettle black. And I don't mind. But I just want to point that out. Like, for anybody, honestly, everybody's free to chat in the chats. Everybody's free to say their opinion. And since it's my stream, I'm free to disagree. And you are free to disagree with me. It's this weird thing where we have the freedom to actually have disagreement. And I think Gary Hodges said it best in chat, where it's like, hey, sometimes people mistake disagreement with conflict. And it's like, or wait, you said it better. Oh, no, you said, I think lots of people read disagreement as conflict. It's unfortunate. Yeah, disagreement isn't violence. That's kind of the beauty of the country we live in and the free speech that we have, right? Object, transform, reflect. So we're making this. I'm gonna come back, and I guess just for fun, because it went spicy anyway. We'll finish our commentary on the next stream on the Tim Pool thing, because why not? Depending, we might have some other guests show up. We might hear more about our growing theories about big fish, big aquarium. We did have Jim Luan hop in earlier and address the controversial stuff on the stream so far. Wait a minute, why am I acting like I'm closing out? There's more I have to do. We're not closing out the show. I thought I was going to close out the show. I need to take these now. These so we have our word bubbles pretty much worked out. And there was one other thing I was going to do on this stream. So we're streaming longer, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go hard. So since it kind of became political anyway, we're going to do a spice stream, okay? Unless other guests join, we're going to do a spice stream. We're going to get spicy, and we'll finish our commentary on the Tim Pool conversation while we do, at least we'll do a little bit of it, while we take the lines here and we take them into Photoshop and kind of work on those. So let's get the spicy. Let's get to the spice. Spice will come. So what I need to do first, though, is we're going to go ahead and delete the word balloons here. And we're going to go ahead and save. And I'm going to turn off the visibility. Let me make sure I spelt Teatro Niccolini correctly. I didn't. This is why it's so good to do this in different stages. Teatro Niccolini is actually multiple C's. And let's see here. So now we have our type done in Illustrator. And what I like to do to kind of give this like a hand done vibe is on these pages, what I do is then import them into Photoshop and like draw over them or trace over them to kind of get the lettering to have more of like a hand done look. So it kind of matches this like Victorian vibe. So I think what we'll do is that, let's see. Jake said, I haven't used Amazon. I wonder if I had access to it. It would immediately be every purchase habit forever. I frequent 2 comic shops, few book ones, and order hard to get from them. That's awesome. I think supporting local shops is your best bet if you can. It's just unfortunately really reliant on whichever local shops you've got around you. And if you're lucky enough to have like a good local comic store, yeah, definitely like support them as much as possible. A good way to support your local comic store and me would be to take like, your local comic shop and ask them to order Jacob's Apartment from the Diamond Order catalog. I don't know if that's available where you're at, Jake, but I'm pretty sure it would be. And we have finished our type. So now we're going to go back into our Photoshop stage and we will transition to the spice, because I didn't even want the spice, but the spice came. It's just inevitably going to happen, ladies and gentlemen. So let's give you some spice. So we're going to continue our commentary on the Culture War, episode 20, which was Debating Masculinity with John Doyle and Lauren Chen. And I'm not even going to bother to recap where they're at in the conversation. Let's just say the folks that are kind of more right-leaning on the debate have made the argument that men are not allowed to be as violent and get in like heroistic fights. They've kind of depicted this like Old West version of reality where everybody was like, I don't know, John Wayne or something. And they've critiqued... they've said people who adopt children aren't actually parents. Yeah, there's been a lot of really interesting stuff. I don't quite remember specifically where they are in the conversation, but we're going to go ahead and pull that up in here. And we're going to go ahead and have like a nice view of that while we do the stream. Let me close out so you're not seeing stupid advertisements on the side. So we're going to continue our commentary on this. We had already started it, and I'm weirdly autistic, so once I start something, it's really hard not to stop. And so I am going to continue the commentary. But first, before we get into that, we need to... So the spice is coming, ladies and gentlemen. The spice is coming, and we're 3 hours into the stream. So first, what I'm going to do is also pull up page... Which page were we on here? Panels text. 78. So I need to pull open the rough of page 78. Where is my rough page 78? Here it is. And we're going to kind of go to the most current version where the lamps are gone. Wait, the lamps aren't gone from this one. But if there are any lamps, when we get to finals, we're going to make sure those lamps don't survive, okay? What we're going to do is go ahead and merge visible. And at this point, we're going to go ahead and get rid of this extra stuff. And we're going to go ahead and dim this layer. Wait a minute. Actually, we don't want to get rid of the extra. Okay. We're going to go ahead and dim the layer, which is this. So I'll make 2 copies. I'm going to make a new layer. And this new layer is going to be flat white. And we're going to go ahead and turn down the opacity on this, which is great. And then we're going to go ahead and import the Illustrator text. And I just realized none of this is showing on screen. Hold on a second. Here's the Photoshop. Okay, so now we have it like ghosted on there in Photoshop. And we're going to just drag our Illustrator file, which I have saved in like a specific folder called Panels Text. We're going to drag it into Photoshop. And the nice thing about the Photoshop files I have is I already have the guides with the preset bleeds and stuff like that, and we're good to go. Let me know in the chat if you guys are able to hear the commentary. So the commentary shall begin. And before that, let's get this placed. And I think before we get to the commentary, we'll play like one more advertisement since we're 3 hours in. And we'll see which one. If anybody in the chats has a preference for which ad they would like to watch, let me know. And if you are just tuning in, this is Joshua Kemble's Art Stream. This is episode 295. We've had an interesting day. We've had a great conversation with Corey Kerr. We had things get kind of spicy and political in the comment section, even though we were trying not to, or I was trying not to. And was just going to have kind of like an art stream kind of thing. But now that kind of got me in the mood for the spice. So I'm like, hey, you know what? If the spice man cometh, let's feed the spice, okay? Let's see here. So we're gonna go ahead and resize this. And I believe that gets us where we need to be on sizing. I thought that got us where we needed to be. Is there something I'm hitting wrong that's like a... Okay, I see what I'm doing. I accidentally was going old school about it and forgetting Photoshop used to be, back in the day, that it didn't auto scale. And so you'd hold shift for it to actually stay in dimension. Now it's the reverse. Well, you'd hold like alt shift, but now it's the reverse where it just automatically stays in dimension. And then you have to hold shift to free transform, which is an interesting thing that I catch myself still defaulting to the old way. Okay, so we've got this ready now. So what we're going to do is go ahead and turn off the visibility of that rough. And then we're going to go ahead and make the opacity low on this. We're going to play one more trailer, and then we're going to get into our commentary, our spicy commentary. Because I don't know, this is part of me, I guess, but I almost feel like I wasn't trying to talk politics. We were talking about whales, and then it got political in the chats, and then I just addressed it. And then the person who was, talking about it rage quit. And that makes me feel like, it's almost like there's pressure to not do it. So I'm going to do the polar opposite. And now we're going to just fully indulge in political content because I don't back down to terrorists. Okay. So anyhow, I'll be right back. We're going to play a trailer, and then we're going to get really spicy and political. And we're going to finish. Obviously, we're still going to be working on comics. We're going to finish the hand-lettered borders as well as the hand lettering. And let's go ahead and put on... which one should we put on? Let's go ahead and put on the trailer for Jacob's Apartment one more time. Clearly it seems that only in dreams can we these things we've seen and walk around breathing I don't know the part to play in this heart of mine. There's dissonant things, they split at the seams. All right, so here we go. We're going to get spicy. I think Adam might be heading out. He said, have a good one, Josh. Have a good one, Adam. All right, so here we go. Spicy commentary stream where we're going to be commenting on this really dreadful culture war episode of Tim Pool that I just swore at the beginning I wasn't going to finish, but now we're going to. So here it is. Let's continue our commentary and see the wackiness ensue and experience the drama. And in the meantime, I'm also going to be going over the lettering as well as the panel borders on this, and we'll kind of see how that goes. So here we go.
If the argument is that women are more agreeable and you're seeing algorithms promoting, whether they know it's the algorithm or not, but the content that gets promoted consistently says live this way, and this particular lifestyle results in a higher rate of depression, I think that's a bad thing. I also think it's a massive issue that has so many variables as it would be impossible to track what is actually causing all of this stuff. Like what's causing the increase in depression. Conservatives are going to take a conservative view and say if women were doing, more of this, liberals are going to take the inverted view.
Oh, this is talking about, okay, in the context, I believe they're talking about, I think they were talking about, they were the more kind of right-leaning guests, I think that were a little more red pilled about stuff. We're kind of taking the stance that, I think they were saying that women's depression rate has increased, and it's because they're no longer fulfilling the traditional roles or whatever. And then, I think Tim Pool is interjecting here with a point about liberals are going to take that data and kind of see it their way, and conservatives are taking that data and seeing their other way. The only reason I'm bringing that up is because that's the context of it. So let's continue.
View and say depression's high because women are being suppressed. You get my point? Finding out what the actual data point is would be very difficult.
And on the biblical point too, we're not really supposed to be of this earth. Our time here is very limited, and we're going to spend most of our time either in heaven or hell by far. And so, the Bible doesn't necessarily have to conform to the standards of the world, but vice versa. And so if the Bible is telling you you need to be chaste and disciplined and temperate and prudent, things like that, those virtues are literally timeless. You can apply those virtues, even if maybe it's more difficult now to, be held to those standards than when the society was less obviously satanic. It still is true that if you look at the Bible as we'll use
this idea that society's just become increasingly satanic is kind of a weird one too. But let's continue and kind of hear his point.
like a game guide for how to exist in the world.
The meme is basic instructions before leaving Earth.
Yeah,
Bible.
Nobody was ever if you actually laid out everything in the Bible that it says don't do this, and you followed that for say a year or something, you're not going to be able to tell me that your life would be worse. It would obviously be so much better because it's true and it's real.
Okay, it's begging the question, and I'm sure Destiny, who's a pretty avid atheist, is going to jump all over this, right? The idea of claiming again, I'm a Christian, and I do think that the Bible actually has a lot of good in it. And I think if everybody followed what Jesus said or whatever, we probably would have a better world. But that being said, you don't kind of hedging morality on this is a really bad argument of acting as if Christian, it's a pet peeve that I used to experience as an atheist, and I still experience as a theist. It's there's this stupid thing that happens in a lot of debates with Christians or whatever, or non-Christians, where one side or the other will make these kind of moral claims, where it's oh, well, you're immoral if you're a Christian, or you're immoral if you're an atheist. And it's no, I actually know a lot of really immoral people who call themselves Christians, and I know a lot of really well-to-do moral people who are atheists. It's the moral argument is a hard one to hold if you just look at, and honestly, even if you go just purely by the text of the Bible, if you look at Christians, they actually are going to be flawed people. That's the whole point. But this idea of saying oh, all of society needs to adopt this kind of thing is just a really dangerous argument. And also it opens up, if Destiny's smart now, and again, I haven't seen this far into this thing. In fact, I wasn't even planning on going further in it, but hey, it almost is yeah, again, it's kind of fun. Hey, if we're opening that door, let's go into it. But the thing that this opens up is the possibility for Destiny to just come with the obvious comeback, where he just could cite a million rules in Deuteronomy that if we followed as a society would collapse our society as a whole. Where it's oh, should we go back to stoning people for adultery, or what about there's some really weird rules in Deuteronomy in particular that if society adopted, it would just be the most barbaric culture in the world. I can't even remember. There's a test of infidelity that's a really weird one. There's a whole bunch. You could cite the whole killing women and children. There's a lot of really morally unambiguous, very gray things that if we took literally and our society followed, like our society may not actually be better. And so it's that's going to be brought up, I'm sure, but let's find out.
Real. And I don't know anybody who's like miserable right now who is following that.
Like Mosaic laws, I really doubt people are going to be able to track their mixed fabrics, tattoos.
Well, that was in context of like these pagan rituals they were doing at the time. They're making, I forgot exactly which fabrics, but they were mixing the fabrics to make some like weird pagan thing.
I mean,
so
you're referring to basically like receiving an analysis from someone on what the Bible actually would
sure, yeah, I don't know if it could be quantified per se, but I think it is still true. And I think that's old law stuff anyway, which is fulfilled through the
so it's not so right. So when you say follow the Bible, you're not talking about old law stuff. So
well, no, that's Judaism. That's like a different thing.
Right.
Well,
yeah.
The Old Testament is still very much inactive. Like when Jesus did his Sermon on the Mount, he did not come to abolish the old laws, but he came to fulfill them or whatever. Right. Like,
right. You're atheists. What do you, John mentioned we spend more time in heaven or hell. What do you think happens? What's your view? Or do you think anything?
Probably I just like going to sleep and never waking up.
Yeah,
I don't have the answers for what happens after death.
I mean, you brought up the question of Christianity and religion, and I will still push back and say a lot of the points you.
So like, it's so tough. Like I know it's weird, but it's tough to be religious and have people like this representing supposedly my faith. Like that really that is really tough. But let's continue and like hear it out. Here are their crazy points.
Made don't necessarily relate to religion, but I think they're part of the fact that the Christian tradition, it is very focused on your inner life and what some people might broadly call spirituality. Now that term is very frou-frou and can mean whatever, but it's the idea that we are more than just our material senses and that life has greater meaning than simply just input, output, pleasure. And I think that's
actually okay. That line of argument is a little less harmful. Like the idea of like one of the most compelling things, I think, this is my own opinion, right? I could be totally off, that I think that, you know, I think that the discussion of Christianity first should not be coming from people who are like partisanly like hedged in like a camp, especially in the context of that. But I do think like it is a compelling reason to believe, or to at least consider belief, is the finite nature of our lives and the fact that like life is full of suffering, and that like, you know, even the best life is going to end and in suffering. And like that and the nature of death and stuff like that, it doesn't make the argument of the truth of the matter, but it at least brings like a kind of interest in the topic. However, it's really hard if it's coming from a messenger like these. Okay. Let's continue.
It's not necessarily something that's just about Christianity. We are talking about a world that is a lot more material. And I think when you say it's more secular now, you're actually talking about how we are so much more focused on the material.
But these people are leaning to like, I want to be in this room. So like, I'd love to push back on this, because like, for me, it's like, okay, but like what is causing materialism? And it, you know, arguably, you know, like, even though like, again, I kind of like capitalism, I think it's a problem. I think there's problematic parts of capitalism that need to be solved. I tend to be on like the Bernie route of things. So I like the idea of socialized systems, but I don't like the idea of full out socialism. But at the same time, it's like, you know, if we're talking about like, why would we be in a society that's so obsessed with like material good and like possession and like isn't valuing like higher level things? And what's weird is I have a feeling that their political viewpoint actually is reinforcing the idea of materialism. I mean, they were just talking about like men's value coming from like their earnings, and like men's value coming from like their abilities, like their ability to like fight and stuff like that. To me, how materialistic can you get in your worldview if you feel like women's values, like, you know, they've kind of reiterated this idea that like women's value only, was said like earlier, but you know, they've implied the idea that women's values only as moms, and their value only comes from like their birthing, and like you know, so it's like, how much more materialistic can you make perspective on people, and then you're in turn arguing that people need to think beyond the material. It just seems like a real conflict of interest in your argument. I wish I was in this room, but I'm glad Destiny is in that room. Let's continue.
material, whether that's consumerism, like our obsession with social media and things like that. And I think we can actually track a pretty direct line for our happiness as we have focused more on the material. We have become more depressed as a society, and particularly women, because when we go to, it's interesting, when you go to a lot of these countries that we would call developing, like they don't have all the luxuries that we do. By and large, they have a lot fewer, like, I guess, social problems. They might consider themselves a lot happier than we are now.
That's kind of true, but if you look at like you guys like teleology, right? Because you guys are like Christians. If you look at like the grand design and purpose of humanity, right? It does seem like, and I know a lot of people like to do this weird thing where we jerk off like, "Whoa, my God, the really underdeveloped societies that don't have cell phones they're all so much happier." And it's like, to some extent that's true, but like Tim Pool's show doesn't exist in these societies, right? The ability for us
people,
the Marvel Cinematic Universe doesn't.
I said those poor people.
Yeah, true. Yeah, actually. But like I'm just saying that like there's a lot of really cool shit that we've created in kind of the more developed world. It does seem like people tend towards wanting more autonomy.
So one of the things I wish was like kind of highlight is I do think there's value in the idea that like life is not just about like temporal like happiness. Like, and often if you make decisions in life that are about like momentary pleasure, they aren't quite as rewarding. A good example of this, like I'm a firm believer in this because like, making comics is a really good example. Making comics is arguably like one of the most difficult things you can do in art, I think. At least for me, it's been one of the most difficult endeavors, but it's also been one of the most rewarding. And it's weird because it hasn't been the most financially rewarding. It's just been like spiritually rewarding. I don't know if that makes sense. And like the idea of like just a world where everything's like consumption is just like almost unbearable to me. Let's see. So we've got Gaz saying it explains why people would not want an afterlife, but to me, it's an argument against an all-powerful, loving God. Yeah, I mean, I could see the argument going both ways. It's kind of nuanced and would take a long time to kind of get into. But it could either be for or against. I think the case for what I believe is like very much like a like some history, some science, not all science. Definitely science isn't going to lead you to God. But I think it's very personal. Like I think what my own take on it is, I think you actually have to have like a supernatural experience to really believe. And that doesn't mean like God like shouting from a mountaintop or something like that. But I think it's a personal God who reveals himself very personally to people. That's my own opinion on it. But again, like I think if you're making that argument at the same time as like defending something that creates a system that creates materialism and defending materialist things, and then saying like, hey, the most important stuff is immaterial, and we need to be less materialistic. Well, I mean, I don't know. It's just so hard to see how their politics are kind of lining up with their supposed faith. Let's continue here.
Autonomy, the ability to choose otherwise, the ability not to be railroaded into hyper-specific lifestyles. Now, humans acclimate really well. Believe it or not, even people with locked-in syndrome where you can't move anything but your fucking eyes, even those people tend to report decent standards of living. So I'm sure you can find really poor communities where the people are, like, oh, we're happy, we do our thing. But with the ability to pursue and accomplish grander things, I think we kind of owe it to ourselves as humans, as being part of like the human race, to continue to build towards those things. We just have to
I'm not against that. I'm not saying that all of the modern luxuries that we have are necessarily bad. I like clean water. I'm good keeping that. But I'm just the reason why the reason why I bring that up is because
I forgot. He thinks there's estrogen in the water. I forgot that was something he brought up at the beginning. He was saying like they're just pumping estrogen in the water to like try to make men less manly or something, which is kind of insane. But okay, let's continue. I forgot to mention that he's made so many wild claims, this John Doyle guy, throughout this entire thing, that it's just been stunning to me to just kind of hear. And it's one of those things of like a Gish Gallop of like wild claims to the point where like you almost forget like the first wild claim, which was the estrogen in water one. So anyhow, let's continue. I had totally forgotten about that till he just made a little snide comment where he's like, we don't even have clean water. And it's like, because he thinks the water's full of estrogen. Okay, let's continue. He's like one track away from the Gay Frogs Alex Jones thing.
A lot of the things that we've developed now that people are so obsessed with, I just want to put into perspective that that's not going to make you happier, right? The person who has like a happy family life, a happy home life, who lives in a mud hut, they're ultimately going to report more fulfillment and more happiness than you, who is spending all of your time indulging in like social media, in this video game, and in whatever it is. Not that those things are inherently bad though, but they are not a source of fulfillment.
Yeah, I agree.
I think social media probably makes people unhappier, right?
Almost absolutely, especially teenage girls.
Yeah.
And you know what's interesting about that?
Instagram.
Like, yes, people will always choose things that are more interesting. They'll choose more autonomy. If you ask, probably, I don't know, 100 people who live in these lesser developed
Teenage girls or people in comment sections that can't handle pushback on what they say. Okay, let's continue.
Societies, if they want to just get a free ticket to the US, most of them will probably say yes. I don't think people can choose reliably what is good for them just based on their desires. Because think about with social media.
But you're choosing what's good for them, right?
But I don't agree with that.
Well, just as a general idea, I think we all know that social media has like harmed us. I mean, you hear this all the time online with kids. Like, I wish we could just do away with it, go back to 2006. Most people would probably agree with that. But when it comes to actually doing it, nobody wants to do it. Nobody wants to come together and like, okay, let's all go back. Like you said, it's impossible. We're never going to go back.
I agree. Yeah, in terms of people in lesser developed nations being offered a ticket here, a lot of them would say yes. I think most of them would say no. But it's not.
That's weird to me. Saying like most of them would say no. I actually totally disagree with that, because I think even if somebody's happy in poverty, I think if they're offered a ticket out, usually people will take that ticket. Just throwing that out there. Yeah. Anyhow, let's continue.
It's not because of I think the issue is, for most people, their happiness and fulfillment is their family and their community. And
what if you offer their whole family a ticket here?
I think still many of them would say no. So we've talked about blue zones, for instance.
Okay, guys, we're going to play another trailer because I'm in need of some estrogen, so I'm going to refill my water. I'll be right back. And here is the trailer for Wordzoid, Jim Luhan's trailer.
Well, Peter, since I'm such a big music fan, I'm gonna have to go with Karen Carpenter. Oh, Stu, I'm sorry. That's the incorrect answer. Trish, what you got for us?
I'm gonna go with Kim Gordon.
All right, let's check that answer. Kim Gordon. Do we have a Kim Gordon? Yes! And that means you're our new Wordzoid champion, Trish. Dale, tell Trish what she's won. Trish, you've won a copy of 2 stories, a memoir of faith and mental illness. Handwritten, hand-drawn, and handed to you by artist and writer Joshua Kemble. But wait, that's not all. You've also won a copy of Jacob's Apartment, the story of a doomed romance. What happens when you take Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind and put it in a blender with Ghost World? You get Jacob's Apartment, written and illustrated by Joshua Kemble. Trish, thank you for playing Wordzoid.
All right, great job, Trish.
I was told I was gonna get a lifetime supply of paper towels.
Okay, we're getting there, guys. We're getting there on the stream. It's going to be fun. We are continuing to work on the lettering for this. We're about, let's see, 3 hours and 30 minutes into the stream, which I'm actually pretty excited about. Let's continue.
So you guys familiar with the blue zones, where people live to be over 100 years old?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They interviewed this Japanese guy, and he's like chopping lumber, and he's like 99 or something. And they were like, "Why are you chopping wood? Like, have someone else do it." And he's like, "What do you mean? If I don't do it, who's going to do it? I have to do it." And they contribute. One of the reasons people live long lives is because of purpose. Because they have to. They can't stop. People need something of them. For that reason, I think there are certainly a lot of people who are like, "Man, I dream of coming to the United States," and they do come every single day.
Okay, I'm gonna give Tim Pool a little credit here. Like, I don't know about his like assertion that like if you go to like a small village and you offer people a free ticket to the U.S., they're just gonna be like, nah. But I will say, purpose is like a huge deal for people, I think, in life in general. And I think that's a huge driver. I think it's one of the reasons a lot of people, as they get older, tend to get really depressed, right? Because you start losing functionality and stuff like that. And then like you feel kind of purposeless, like you feel like listless. And I think especially for like non-artists, I think luckily as artists, as long as our hands are working, I think luckily we have this like beautiful outlet that I think if all of us retired, we'd be like stoked, because we'd be able to like actually do all this art that we wanted to do our whole lives, But I think for a lot of people, who find their identity in like their careers or whatever, once their career starts waning or something like that, or let's just, hypothetically hypothesize like a scenario where like you would have like an artist who kind of loses the function of their hands and is no longer able to create art. Assuming they're not like, a lot of artists were like, hey, if they lose like their hand function, they're going to learn how to paint with like their mouth, But my point being like, purpose is like a big driver, I think, for people in life, like the idea that you have a use. And I think a lot of that's also a byproduct, weirdly enough, of materialism, which is kind of like an interesting thing where I think where we're living in a society where like material is the only purpose you have or your use for others. It's all about like an exchange of like what somebody's worth is just based on what they can offer rather than their humanity themselves. I think that's kind of like can be a really dangerous society, because if you end up in a scenario where you're like older or disabled or something like that, and you literally can't offer like an equal exchange in the market, it's going to be hard in a society that's only capitalistic to kind of feel value in life. Let's continue.
Some more successfully than others. But I think most people would probably just say like, if I leave, who's going to feed the pigs? And they find fulfillment in their family, in their community, and their personal mission, which is maybe it's today we're making pork, maybe making shoes. Who knows?
Yeah. And to bring things back to, I guess, men, and because we opened up with what's wrong with men. I think men especially, they thrive and need that purpose, the feeling that they're contributing to something greater. It's like you mentioned, John, that the whole, I'm not attributing it to PTSD because I would say that's a different thing too. But, a lot of people, service members who have seen come back to civilian life, they will say, oh, this is really hard to adjust to because you're in this really tight brotherhood. You have a very clearly defined mission that you're working to. Men do thrive, or a lot of men thrive in that environment. Modern society doesn't really look like that. Even the way that our careers are looking like.
It's so bizarre to me that they keep tying this to like PTSD and talking about how men thrive in that environment. And yet like, it's also like, it's not something that we should be like looking at as if it's a good thing. Like people need to be in scenarios where they would no longer like basically, I think they're forgetting what PTSD stands for. It's post-traumatic stress disorder. So like telling people, oh, the problem is we're in a society where people aren't feeling traumatic stress all the time is kind of a lunatic like assertion to kind of jump to from like a more reasonable point. Let's continue.
Like it's no longer the case where you just go to this one company and it's a very clearly defined hierarchy. It's very measurable, your goals, you work hard, you succeed. Now everything is everywhere. You're getting laid off. A lot of people they have their own jobs or side hustles. So it's hard for, I think, a lot of young men to navigate that. They want to be out there slaying dragons. The dragons are still there, but they're a lot more amorphous and they don't have guidance as to what that looks like in this context.
Yeah, everything is so feminized too. It's just like not a conducive environment for like masculine,
This John Doyle guy is just such a, I don't know. He's an interesting guy. He keeps jumping to these like really bizarre just assertions. I can't get over it. Okay, let's continue.
Flourishing. I mean, we don't have like traditionally male spaces anymore. Even like the last tool we had to kind of check and regulate male behavior, like calling each other gay. Now people don't even do that as much.
That was it, huh?
Wait, how do we not have traditionally male
it's real.
spaces? What do we mean by that?
Well, because they've been integrated.
I'm glad he pushed back on that, because like one thing I noticed like at the beginning of this conversation was that like John Doyle had this very slippery intro to this whole conversation where he said we need to go back to manliness, and he's like, I can't really define manliness, but we need to go back to that. And it's like, well, if you can't even define what you're trying to get back to, then like what are you trying to get back to? And then his full description was kind of like where people could fight each other on the playground over broken Lego toys. It's a really strange thing. Let's continue.
We don't have.
Well, like what male spaces are we missing?
I think that it was far more productive to have like all male classrooms, things like the Boy Scouts, these sort of like social organizations.
We have the Boy Scouts, and I don't understand like what he means by all male classrooms. Is he talking about like we've had integrated classrooms for a really long time? What era is he talking about returning to? This is bizarre.
Well,
I went to an all boys high school. Careful.
Oh,
is that one? Oh, could you please?
We got
Thank you.
Speaking of gay, what is this again? Can you explain this drink to us?
Thank
Just
you.
an iced coffee. Just
Just a
regular iced coffee.
See, I'm so comfortable in my masculinity. I can indulge in things like this and not be threatened by them. But I think that is true. Like, the gay thing actually is real because it's not like you're being a homosexual, but it's like, you're in a male friend group, a guy starts doing something weird. You're like, stop being gay. And then he's like, you're being gay. And there's like an impromptu sort of court martialing system. The other guys chime in, decide who was being gay. And then you move on from there. But now guys aren't as comfortable like checking their behavior.
And Paul said, I love you, Josh, but how long is this video? So Paul, I don't know if you were here earlier. Let me recap. I don't think you were here earlier. So I got to recap you on all the drama. So basically I started just a stream where I was going to do like an art stream and just kind of hang out and work on art together and talk about that. And I just realized you guys are staring at my face. That's probably not helpful. But what ended up happening was like somebody brought up like politics in the comments, and I just kind of responded what they were saying, and then they got all flipped out, like pissed off and kind of flipped out and left. And so in response, I was like, well, I guess since we already got political, we'll get political again. So that's part of why I'm doubling down. And I'm like, you know what? We'll just buckle down and finish up commentary on this video. I'm really excited about the idea of getting finished with this video, though, because as funny as it is, it's like, holy crap, this is the longest and most tedious of all the things I've watched, I think. I kind of missed the flat earthers. Nice. Paul said, I don't love John Doyle, and I'm talking about gay love. Nice. Okay, let's continue.
But why does that matter?
Well, because I think that's how we grow up and we socialize.
For both genders, I think it's really important that we have like the framework to kind of keep each other in check. I think it's really important that men, for their own socialization.
So I also find this really problematic because it's like, I don't know if people remember, but it's like there was an era in time, and there's still a problem with like a incredibly high male suicide rate. It's always been a pretty high statistic. And I think, a lot of people have attributed that to a toxic scenario where like men aren't able to say when they're like struggling with something or having like emotional problems. And if they do kind of talk about it, they would be called the word they keep saying, that like they miss being able to call people. And it's like, well, I don't know, like if going back to that is like necessarily the most productive or healthy thing, especially considering they were talking about the disturbing like high suicide rate for men. If we encourage men to like not be able to even like process or discuss like any sort of emotional issue and just basically be like, meat grinders, like, walking around just kind of getting in fights all the time and stuff like that and not talking about any sort of emotion, don't be surprised if like you end up with like skyrocketing rates of suicide and divorce and stuff like that, or just skyrocketing rates of violence, but let's see where this goes. It's kind of interesting that they're asking for this like self-policing system where there can't be any diversity. It's interesting.
And they're able to, for a lot of women looking at it, would call bully each other somewhat.
Real.
And for women, we do that all the time. Women are way harsher enforcers of like societal rules amongst each other than men are, and it's very vicious and toxic. And I think Instagram has kind of exploded that too much.
I feel like at schools, I feel like kids to bully each other are fucked up.
Yeah,
I don't think that's
true.
It's become far less direct, though. It's much.
They also had this like take like as if bullying has been solved, and it's like, dude, trust me, no, it hasn't. Like it still exists in school. So I'm glad Destiny kind of brought that up as well. Frank said, did someone say suicide and divorce? I was summoned. Nice. How's it going, Frank? You missed all the early drama.
More catty. So like it used to be,
this started as a non-political stream.
Oh, like the maybe, John Hughes-esque, like picking on the nerdy kid, pushing him into a locker or whatever. Now the bullying, because they have no tolerance for anything physical. So it's much more catty and feminine. So what I
don't understand this at all. Like this strange, he's like wanting a all tolerance school that's like a Thunderdome where kids like fist fight each other to death. And the strange thing is, looking at this guy, I don't know if he'd survive in that environment, but let's just, I don't know. It's such a bizarre take. Like, really, you don't think people actually get in physical altercations at schools anymore? Like, I don't know if they realize this, but like getting in fistfights in school was always against the rules, right? Like it was always something you would get suspended for. We'd see it all the time when I was in high school, where like dudes would get in like a brutal fist fight on campus, there'd be like a circle of people who'd surround it, and then you'd not see them at school for like a month. Both people, both the person who was in the fight, who initiated it, and the person who didn't, like they both were suspended usually. Okay, let's continue.
So and this was actually like disgusting. Like I love bullying my male friends and vice versa. What I saw when I was in high school, which was 6 years ago, was you would take a kid who maybe would have been bullied, 30 years ago, and you would have guys and girls hype them up and pretend to be their friend. There was this one kid I knew. He used to bring a beach ball to school every day. Great guy. It was just like his thing. He liked the way the beach ball looked. Every day, just carried this beach ball around. Kind of a weird kid. Great guy. But the kid, hey, what's up, man? Oh, and take pictures and everything. And he thought they were his friends. And then, comes time for grad parties, comes time to, hey, you want to go? And they all like flaked on him. And he was so confused and traumatized by that because the joke was, you think we would actually be friends with you? The joke's not, you're a nerd, stop being nerd. It's, you think anyone would actually ever want to be friends with you, you idiot?
I agree. But I think there's a balance.
Is that a good thing?
No, I'm saying that's worse. It's far worse.
I don't think bullying in the traditional view of it, the kid picking on the other kid, pushing him around, shoving him, like, I don't think any of that's good. But I also don't like the inversion of that, which is this reverse bullying where, like you described, I've seen this.
Yep.
Where they take the kid who's unpopular and weird and they all act like they're, they do like, you're the prom king now. And it's actually scummier to take someone who has some kind of like social awkwardness and they need to be helped in that you can say like, hey man, deodorant, it's your friend. I got this for you. Instead, they're like, what a good person. You're so great. Don't mention the stench. And then nobody wants to hang out with the person.
Because those kind of negative social enforcement.
The thing is, bullying's just gonna happen. It's just gonna happen. And like this like cartoon fantasy that like suddenly everything's bubble wrapped and people don't get bullied is like insanely just clueless. Like insanely clueless. I mean, I don't mind the idea of like saying like maybe people should grow a thicker skin. I mean, like for a good case in point would be like earlier in this stream where like, somebody was in the comments just kind of making comments, stating political viewpoints. I stated a counter viewpoint and they lost their mind and left, and rage quit. And it's like, okay, some people could do with developing a thicker skin for sure. But at the same time, like the idea of like advocating for like a bully environment is just not the most beautiful thing in the world. Nice. Frank said, I switched accounts to see if I needed to allow any comments and to see who blocked my Roll for Tarako account. Did somebody block your account? Paul was saying the more these guys talk, the less sense they make. I agree. It just shows you like an echo chamber.
Of course, they're just as valuable as the positive ones. Like we want to live in a world where we're happy and getting along with each other. Some behaviors are less fun to be around than others, but we're no longer able to check those. And so they kind of exploded. And then a lot of people wonder, why don't I have more friends? Why aren't I more popular? It's like, well, it's because of this, and this reason, but we weren't able to tell you that because of that. Now that's politically incorrect.
Yeah. I know a dude who committed suicide. And nobody really picked on this guy, but he needed a hard wake up call. This guy probably would have made it if at a younger age, people just said, dude, you need to stop doing these things. I'm trying to keep it vague because I don't want to drag this guy's family or anything because he did take his own life and it's sad. He was a friend of mine. Nobody was willing to tell him the hard truth. Nobody was willing to tell him to put down the garbage. Nobody was telling him to clean himself. He wasn't getting into that social interaction. He grew up reveling in these really awful behaviors. And then when he was an adult, no one who had to be around him would be around him. And then he took his own life.
This is true, but every single person that talks about this, like health at every size and all this shit, misses this fact. Okay. For it to be a hard truth or for it to be tough love only works when there's actual love.
Yeah.
People will walk around, especially.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Like, tough love is great coming from somebody who loves you, but like, it's like, I don't think like, just randomly, like, leaving like a novel in, like let's say I decide to tough love some stranger. That's not necessarily tough love. That's just kind of being a dick. Like, I don't know if that makes sense. Paul said I was going to bully Frank, but I'm afraid he'll beat me up. Nice. You guys, zero tolerance policy. Okay. Just by saying that means no bullying will ever happen again. Just I've said it. So there you go. Everyone's going to get along now.
The conservatives, and they'll do this shit where it's like, you're a fat fucking loser piece of shit. Somebody has to tell you. And it's like, do you think that's like the impetus they needed to get to the gym? Like everything that you do, when you do tough love, there has to be like an underlying current of like, listen, you know, you can do better than this. I know you can do better than this. Like, you have to fix this thing. It'll be better for you. Everybody, like, there has to be that element of compassion. Otherwise, you're just shitting on somebody.
Yep.
And I find that there's a lot of movements about like tough love that's not really like, no offense, like, yeah, men don't give a fuck about women's health, but suddenly they really do when it comes to health at every size. Now every guy is like, well, hold on, the optimal body fat, blah blah blah. You never give a fuck about women's health before. You're just looking to bully people, you know? So I think that's important.
Several years ago, Milo Yiannopoulos posted, he made fun of a guy who was overweight at the gym.
Oh, geez, yeah.
And I'm just like,
but he did get a lot. I was happy to see how many people were dunking on him for that. Because it's like, the dude is at the gym. He's doing everything he could possibly do to improve himself. Leave him alone.
That's when you clap. That's when you cheer the guy on. That's when you're like, man, you are hitting it. Come back. We want to be friends. I feel bad when I see these stories of people who are overweight, unhealthy.
Weirdly, I just don't understand, because like they have this really circular thing where they're like, yeah, we need to bring back bullying. And then they're like, yeah. And then there was this one time where Milo Yiannopoulos was bullying people. That really sucked. And it's like, well, I mean, which stance are you taking here? You kind of can't have it both ways.
And they're embarrassed or nervous to go to the gym.
Yeah.
No, I assure you, you go to the gym, the overwhelming majority of people are going to give you high fives, and they're going to be cheering you on as you do that work. And that's real body positivity.
Yeah, no, it's true. You have to have, like Destiny said, like the love from sort of above component. Otherwise it's just like fake, and you're just like channeling more rage online. And like you said too, at the gym, I mean, especially too, like the guys.
So he's saying you need love from above, but he also was saying that kids need to be able to fist fight each other over Legos. I don't know, which one is it, John Doyle?
Or like the total, you know, chads, they're like the most willing to help out, because it really is a compliment in a way. Like if you go up to a guy at a gym and you're like, hey, can you show me how to do this? You're like implying that you obviously look like you know what you're doing. And so no one's going to be annoyed by that.
That is manly affirmation.
Yeah.
You're a guy, someone comes to you and says, I think you are better at this thing than me, and I require your expertise, your information, your capabilities. Makes you feel good.
I remember this is around the 2020 election. I was at my gym back in Michigan, and there was this kid who was maybe like 16, 17 years old, skinniest person I've ever seen in my life. And he was just walking around the gym floor with the most confidence, like his chest was out. He was like saying hi. I'd never seen him there before. And he came over to me. I did like some bench, I think, with like a supinated grip. It's like you hold the bar this way. I think it has like a better tricep.
Paul said, I bullied and was bullied as a kid. I think it's a great idea for us not to accept it ever. Yeah, 100%. I think it's a really horrible thing to like encourage or allow anyone, you know, like I have no problem with that being a zero tolerance thing. It's such a like insane world where we think that should be tolerated. Like it's just bizarre. However, also it's an insane world to think that like kids aren't just going to do it, because they will. Like it's in human nature to like kind of do crowd-based like bullying. It's just in their nature. It's in our nature. But it's like the worst. It's the demon in all of us, you know? So it's like, I feel like, yeah, anyhow, let's continue.
Activation or something, and he came over to me and like interrupted my workout, but not in like a rude way, more in just like a, you need to be talking to me. And I was like, obviously this is going to be interesting. He was like, well, what was that grip you were doing? And I explained it to him, and he was like, oh, thanks, man. He like hit me, and I was like, I aspire to have this level of confidence. I mean, he owned the gym at that point. I don't know what happened. He was taking pre-workout or something, but it was just so funny.
Why do you think it is people want to be mean on the internet so much?
Oh, they're miserable. Well, think about it this way. I think about this maybe once a week. Paul Joseph Watson, right? I would call myself a big Paul Joseph Watson fan.
Jesus.
I haven't watched one of that guy's. Well, hold on. I haven't watched one of that guy's videos.
Francis H, for some reason, said Godzilla -1 trailer. I have a feeling, Francis, are you a bot, or is that like, I don't understand. Okay, let's continue. Oh, Paul said, oh, he's from Michigan now. The pieces are falling into place. Is that true?
Videos in like 6 years, but still I'd be like, yeah, I'm a huge fan. I've never left a comment on one of his videos. I've maybe only liked them to bookmark them for future reference. I've never like, So think about the kind of psychology you have to leave a mean comment. You have to like really be angry.
Okay, I gotta give John Doyle credit here. I was kind of saying this about the guy who left like a novel on my thing. Like it, part of why I'm watching these videos on stream is like it's entertaining and it gives me something to talk about and discuss like while I'm working on art, and it gets a little more like clicks and views. So it's like, of course I'm gonna like do this kind of stuff if it's working to kind of generate more people coming my way. But like, yeah, I do wonder like who's the person who's going out of their way to like leave like a novel's worth of information in a comment section. And by the way, if that person wants to leave novels on my channel, please do, because it helps the algorithm. But it is kind of a weird thing to be like, I'm going to just leave like tons of negative comments on a video. I don't think I do that. I just don't. I'll go in like a chat room and hang out like during live streams and stuff like that. But I'm not like seeking out like comments to leave. If I watch somebody's YouTube and I don't like it, I tend to just not like comment on it, unless it could be like content to like make for my own thing. Francis H said, no, just a drunk Dutch guy. Superman Legacy has too many characters. Okay. Nice. Well, welcome, Francis. All right, let's continue.
Angry enough to just, I'm gonna, let alone, if you say something terrible in a video that's obviously wrong, okay, yeah, you're gonna get dunked on. But just to make a video, maybe it's neutral, it's controversial or whatever, to leave like a mean comment or to leave a mean tweet, reply, something like that, you have to be in a certain state already to even like be there. I don't know anyone who does that unless they're trolling.
Well, I think part of it is being online and the anonymity that is afforded to that. Now, I'm not saying we should get rid of online anonymity, but it's just an objective fact that 99% of the people who say stuff about you online, they would never dream of saying that to your face.
Yep.
God, like, that's why I love fucking Facebook so much.
Yeah,
it's so much funnier there. Listen, you say that no one would want to get rid of anonymity. I firmly believe that once you hit a certain level as a content creator, you want all anonymity gone. I want the social security numbers, home addresses of all these motherfuckers, because nothing feels better than some fuck up making fun of you on Twitter or some shit, and he's got an account linked. You're like, I know everything about you. And then you go through his shit and you just light this piece of shit's light up. But I don't advocate for that, sorry. The anonymity does, the analogy I always bring up is if you play like FPS, I don't know if it's still like this.
All right, guys. We have one little section left to go. Paul said, I'm trying to work on page 76, but this John Doyle guy, I know. I need to get through it. But he's an anomaly. Like he's an amazing. It's almost incredible how much I am stunned by it. Also, Paul said, "How drunk are you, Francis? You're very funny." I agree. These are kind of random, interesting comments, but I like. I don't know. I like it. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and play one more trailer, and then we're going to power through. We're at the 4-hour mark, guys. We're going to power through and finish this up so that I can do dinner, and then maybe I'll be streaming a little bit later tonight. Who knows? But let's see here. Let's play Philip Chandler's endorsement.
Hi, my name is Phil Chandler. I'm a freelance artist, illustrator, and cartoonist. Today, though, however, I want to tell you about a graphic novel I picked up recently called Jacob's Apartment. This book was both written and beautifully illustrated by Joshua Kemble. It is the story of a doomed romance that causes the main character to question his beliefs and his faith, while he's also going through other tragedies in his life. Every page has been illustrated by hand and digitally colored with painstaking detail. It is an emotional story that causes you to think and even question things in your own life. And while the story is a tragedy, it is one that I was completely entertained by and I highly recommend. You can currently find this on Amazon or even check in with your local bookstore and see if you can order it. And while you're at it, you can also check out my Instagram at Phil Chandler Arts and also my YouTube channel by the same name, Phil Chandler Arts. And go buy Jacob's Apartment.
All right. Paul said he triggers me. Yeah, he triggers me too. It's interesting. Okay, let's continue.
Play CSGO in a long time. But if you hop into a game and 3 people are on mic and one person is typing, the one person that's typing is always the toxic fucking piece of shit, because it's a lot harder to be mean in voice, like I hate you, blah blah blah, versus the guy that's typing on the keyboard. It's like, oh, you're the worst player, and it's like, yeah, okay, dude.
I wonder if it is. It's just the distance. It's just you. Before the internet, people would make prank phone calls. But if you were going to say something to somebody, you had to expect the real world consequences of the people around you watching and what the person, how they would react and what that would mean.
Oh, okay.
Now online, it's like, I don't know you and I don't care. And that's the scariest thing to me.
Especially as a content creator, there's this weird dynamic that we will all relate to where people almost
Ben,
like
my son,
like they'll say like unfollowed, unsubscribed.
Sorry. You know what we'll do just for fun? I'm going to put on the intro one more time just to show it off because it's new. And go help my kid. I'm not going to play the full thing. It has a countdown. Don't worry. It won't go the whole countdown. I'll be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to crumble!
I'm Joshua Kemble, and welcome to Joshua Kemble's live stream. I've been a freelance illustrator and graphic designer for over 20 years. I was an art director for 9 years. And when I'm not art directing and working on illustrations and graphic designs, I'm working on comic books and graphic novels, and that's usually what I do during my streams. And while conversations can go all over the place on this stream, from spicy and entertaining to goofy and silly, one thing stays consistent throughout every stream. I'll always be working on art. So pull up a chair, get your art supplies out, and get ready for an entertaining show that'll keep you company while you work on your own personal art projects. This is Joshua Kemble's Art Stream. Okay, bud. Ben, charger's working. I got it set up for you. Sorry, I didn't think that would take the entire countdown, but it took the entire countdown. Okay, let's see how well we can navigate and get through this last bit, and then we're going to call it. I want to thank everybody who's been kind of hanging out with me. And if you haven't yet, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Hit that bell so you get notifications when we're about to go live. Check out my books and see what you think about them. And let's continue and see where this goes.
I mean, just like, do you think you have power? Like they're like mad at you, and they're like, "Well, I'm going to get back." It's like you know, and it sounds terrible saying it, but it's like you.
Sorry, what?
That's the best charger we have
right now. Yeah. That's as best as I can do, bud. I'll have to. I'm just gonna go to the store and get us new charging cables.
I think you should probably share that more often.
Okay, but I need that for my keyboard, buddy. I'm just gonna buy us some new cables, okay?
Yeah.
But you can use it for now.
Not buy another one of that cable.
Okay. My son's playing on his iPad, and there was charger cable shenanigans. Okay, let's continue.
You are a number on a screen. Like, I understand that there is a sort of parasocial relationship that like inevitably develops, but people get like really, personal about like who they follow, who they give their time to, and they try to like wave their finger at you.
It's literally the Dark Knight Rises scene where the guy is like, I paid you a $5 sub, and this gives you power over me.
Destiny.
So just as an example of this, I actually kind of agree with what they're saying. It kind of behooves me that like somebody, in my chats or whatever would almost like pressure me not to talk about something. And my instant response is going to be to talk to it. So in a weird way, it's like the idea that like somebody wanted to get political in here and not get any pushback. And then the second I push back, kind of act like, oh my gosh, you're like this horrible person. That instantly makes me want to double down and like, now we're doing political content. It's just, it's in my nature, and I can kind of understand what they're describing here, because I think like, I'm on a small scale where I have like, I think at max on this, stream, maybe I had like 8 viewers at the same time. My videos usually get like 100 views at max. So, I'm not even like a huge creator, so I can imagine if you're like getting like hundreds of thousands of views and hundreds of thousands of people, like how frustrating that could be.
Towering over his $5.
You're getting banned. I'll ban you extra hard if you're a sub. You think you talk. You should know better, okay?
My favorite response is someone commented is like on Twitter, and they were like, "Guy, I didn't know you were following me in the first place. Like you're telling me you're unfollowing me," and I'm like, "Oh," but that.
I'm a forfeit father project. I was just overweight, getting tired. My kids were smaller then, so it's a little hard to keep up with them.
Let's continue.
No, that's not so much what what I'm talking to about.
It's
people
like the
being
one
online.
point of this,
It's like someone.
this entire thing where I feel like everybody's making reasonable takes. It's the one point where I'm like, okay, that wasn't completely insane. Okay, let's continue.
One expressing their distaste for your opinions and telling you that like I'm not interested in following anymore is a bit silly.
Yeah.
But there are people who they just all they have is going online and lying about other people and being mean. Just generally.
If they were to try
breaking
that
stuff.
in real life, they would get punched in the face. But we're not in real life a lot of the times when we're online. It's the same thing with women. I mean, most of the.
So there's a bizarre thing there because like I kind of get what they're saying, but also like if you're a fan of like free speech, like generally you want like a civil society where like like again, like assault is not like the immediate response that people have to disagreement. Like that doesn't create a free speech kind of scenario. That just kind of creates like a very like primitive world where it's kind of like might makes right. And I think like that's why we should, again, like especially people on the right, I'm always surprised to hear them make arguments like that because it's like, but wait a minute, I thought you guys were like advocates of like free speech. It's an interesting thing. Let's continue.
The bullying that I think happens to women largely comes from other women. I think it might depend what content spheres you're operating on, but like, a lot of the makeup people who get bullied for whatever reason, it's other women that are bullying them. But if these women were, I guess, in friend groups, there would still be bullying because they're women, but it would be a lot less toned down. We would be checking each other socially because that's not okay to do, like, to someone in real life, but because it's all online, we're all anonymous. There's no real consequences. It's a very toxic situation for a lot of people where they do indulge in behaviors that wouldn't be okay.
I think there's also the fact that you mentioned that word dehumanizing. Dehumanizing, it's a really loaded word, but like there is an aspect of dehumanization that you don't like see the effect of what you're doing on somebody. If you take most people and you put them in real life, and you put them in front of somebody that's like earnestly trying in real life to make fun of somebody like that, and that takes a lot. You have to be almost like psychopathic to go after somebody like that. But online, it's super easy. And I don't know if you guys have the experience, bro. I'll go to events or I'll meet fans sometimes, and the guy like, oh shit, like I was a guy that like, do you remember when I tweeted at you that like that last video you did was like the worst thing I ever saw? Like I fuck with you all the time online, and I'm like, why do you like this? Oh, I just say that shit, I'm just like fucking around or whatever. It's like, okay, well, it doesn't feel that way from my perspective. People do that shit all the time. I'm like, bro, what the fuck? And he's like, oh, I just say that shit just clowning,
There was a kid at church. They apparently dedicate a lot of time to drawing pictures about.
Yeah, that too. Yeah.
They spend a lot of time like drawing you specifically.
Yeah, obsessing over. Yeah, but then when you meet in real life, they're like chill. They're just like, oh, I'm just like fucking around when I say that. And they don't realize like the impact that it has or what it comes off as because they're just not really thinking of it that way,
There was a kid at church who was like working the mass, and I was leaving, and he recognized me, and he identified himself as like one of the guys who had like just said vicious stuff to me on Twitter. That they're always so excited, and their hands are like shaking when they meet you and everything, and it's just like. Okay, I understand what this is, and that's
Paul was saying the men and women generalizations are so lame. Yeah, it's infuriating a little bit. Although again, like the only thing I'm kind of feeling on this is like at least their takes aren't completely insane at this point. It's like compared to the insanity of like the first half of this is almost like refreshing to hear something that's not as crazy. But yes, I agree with you. The whole like just constant trying to kind of push people into categories and like generalizations and like tropes and cliches is just like, it's bizarre. It's again, it's like trying to take something nuanced and put it in this like easy like package with like yes and no, black and white answers.
That's something I've struggled with. I don't know if it's because I'm Irish, but like I get mad at people online, if they want to come at me. And so I've tried to like reorient my thinking where it's like, look, if you're saying this about me and I'm saying this about you, then it's like anger. But if you can have self-control and just like not reply, not get involved, then it just becomes sad that this person is, putting all of that negativity towards you, spending so much time like just trying to come after you, then it's just like pathetic because it's like, is this how you make a living? In some cases, yes.
It truly. How old is your child? Do you say
15 months?
Oh fuck. Okay. When you
So she's little. Yeah.
They're getting to that age. There's something that
so
happens
one of them was a parent. I'm surprised. Okay, so one of them was a parent, but I don't think John is a parent. I'm guessing he's not a parent from some of the stuff he said earlier. Okay, let's continue.
A child gets to like 2, 3, 4 when you're starting to be able to say like right and wrong. You don't do this. And there's a phenomenon that happens where kids will start to do things and they're really just looking for attention. Right. And there's a phenomenon where it's so annoying when parents don't understand this. This is the worst thing in the world you can do for a kid is a kid goes to hit somebody or do something they're not supposed to. And you look at the kid and you're like, oh my gosh, don't do that. That's not good. And you're kind of like laughing. You're telling them to do it because what the kid is saying is they're getting positive attention for it. And you're training them to engage in that behavior over and over and over again. It's a very juvenile, very dumb thing that like, I shouldn't say dumb. It's pretty sophisticated actually because they're trying to get that social validation.
It's a form of communication for them.
Yeah. I think as people, we all have that in us. And I'm going to be totally honest. There are times when I hop on accounts and I go into like other streamers' chats. I usually don't have time, but sometimes I'll do it. And fighting with people is a lot of fun. When I say some, because I'm like, because I know what triggers me the most. And I'll be like, oh my God, like I would so much rather watch this streamer do the blah, blah, blah. And then when the streamer gets mad at you, and they're like, why would you type that? And they ban you. I'm like, oh, yeah, I got him. Yeah. It does feel good. I understand the feeling because, like, you get a lot of power. It's like the kid getting the attention from the parents. Like, yes, he saw me.
Yeah, that's why you don't feed the trolls.
Exactly.
Right? It exists for a reason. And women do that in a more, I think.
That's actually again like it's an interesting conversation, and then like Paul, like you pointed out, it's like a pretty good conversation is going well, and then it's like, and then women, and it's like, okay, now we're just back to like the generalization statements that are like secretly trying to kind of back like your strange like authoritarian worldview, you know, like anyhow, but that is a problem I have too, where I will feed the trolls a little bit, and you know, sometimes it's probably better to just ignore them, but I like the content from it, weirdly enough. Anyhow, let's continue.
Backhanded way, it's like you'll say something like, oh my gosh, Kelly, your acne scars are healing up so great, it looks so much better, but it's the same reason. It's to elicit a response.
Yeah.
I'm looking up the rule. What's rule 14? Is that what it was?
I'll say that at the playground if my sons are ever like beating kids up and up.
Yes.
Here, can you stop your son? No, he's looking for a reaction. Don't get involved.
Rule 14 of the internet: if you argue with trolls, they win. So, you know, I used to do things on Twitter and stuff when people would comment. I would say something like under rule 14 of the internet, this conversation is hereby terminated. So like kind of trolling them back. I want to move on a little bit.
Okay, guys, that is going to do it. Hopefully we never have to watch this video ever again. We have finished what I needed to 4 hours into the stream. So we did our revision. I got the revision sent out to my publisher, and now I have everything lettered and ready on this page. And so I will probably be streaming again, possibly later tonight or early tomorrow. Although tomorrow I'm doing like the swimming thing with my son. We're doing like swimming once a week. If you guys have watched this stream, I really appreciate it. Thanks to everybody who's subscribed, commented, and gotten riled up, gotten not riled up, and worked on art. And hopefully you got some art done and found it entertaining. And I will see you guys on the next live stream. Goodbye. And thanks for tuning in. Really appreciate it. Also, consider checking out my books. All right. Have a good one. Bye.